such a child cannot flourish. Sometimes children can build a refuge of warmth and love for themselves that will protect them from the anger in such a house. But a child must do something to escape anger. He cannot live with it. It hurts too much. And sometimes he will defend himself from anger with more anger, with defiance. For some men, turning an angry face to the world is a way of feeling important. Neither for his son nor for himself can such a one be a true man. There has not always been anger and hatred in this house. The constant disappointments come because each expects from the other more than he or she can give. Too many children, too much fighting, too much anger have made of this woman a nagging, bitter wife, and of the husband a selfish bully. This is not just one of the little squabbles of everyday married life. This twisted, crooked kind of anger is bad for a man, bad for a woman, bad for children. And the children in such a home may try to escape the anger, perhaps before they are old enough, by doing just what their parents did, marrying in haste, without thought, without understanding, without love. But even in a home in which there are love and understanding, there can be serious troubles. A man who desires his child to grow straight must understand that each new step toward manhood must be encouraged. But this is sometimes difficult, especially when the new things the child has learned outside the home are unfamiliar to the parents. It was just such a new step when Juanito brought home 2 rabbits one day. His father was full of doubts. Who will eat rabbits? Why raise animals that are good for nothing? It is hard for a man who has never eaten rabbit to have his son tell him that they are good to eat. It is hard for a man to accept learning new things from his son. The boy is very stubborn. He acts as if he were the man of the house. The boy says he learned about rabbits in school, that they are good to eat and cheap and easy to raise. And besides, he will take care of them all by himself. It is hard for a man to let his son win an argument. It is hard, but a man must do it sometimes. He must let the child take new steps when he is ready. That makes him even more of a man. No one would think of preventing a tree from growing. Neither should one prevent a child from growing. The physical growth.
Hi hey hola, today I touched grass and read for hours, very odd experience, 6/10 wouldn't recommend.
6/10. Hello everyone.
Hi chairman.
Hello.
Hi
Hello.
chairman.
Hello. Hi. Been a little while. Was gonna be yesterday. It wasn't. My apologies. When was the last time I streamed? I say it's been a little while. It's been like 3 days. You don't understand how good you have it. You have it really good. Can you imagine if I were as popular as Gargura and I could like go on 6-month breaks in between my streams, that'd be great. I'd love a 6-month break between seeing you lot. That would be fantastic. Unfortunately for me and also for you, I think that's not the case. So we're streaming again today. We're playing Higurashi. We are hopefully going to not shit ourselves. We're gonna play through the rest. No, we're gonna play. There are 5 chapters left. I'm gonna play 2 chapters and I'm gonna call it. I think. I don't know if I'll be able to stomach more than 2 chapters, and we're gonna do the rest. We're gonna do the last 3 chapters next week. I'm thinking on Monday. And that's kind of like the finale. So so this is the first stream of the week, unfortunately, kind of. But this week are gonna be some things that are kind of fun, some conclusions to be had, like Little Nightmares 3 with Exion. But I'm just trying to pull my schedule up again. What the hell is my schedule? Yeah, and then we're doing like Vampire the Masquerade on Saturday, and then a Discord movie night. Those are the things we're doing, right? Next week is when we kind of like crescendo, I guess, into the stuff that's gonna really upset me. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna play the end of Higurashi, I think, because there's 5 chapters left. We're gonna do today. We'll do 2 today, and we're gonna do the ending, the last 3 next week. We're gonna do probably Bendy and the Ink Machine, I think, is what we'll do. I'm thinking of doing FNAF, but I actually don't know if I could do it. I don't know if maybe I'll do another like schizophrenic FNAF stream. Maybe we'll have that.
No, please.
Maybe we'll have another schizophrenic FNAF stream. No, I'd miss you. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Unfortunately, because of my class schedule, you will have to stay up until 2 a.m. if you want me to read you Wizard of Oz. That wouldn't be necessary. That'll be fine. I appreciate the offer, but that will not be necessary. Fear is not real. Fear is like a mental construct. Like, we made this up. I made this up. I'm making it up in my head. I'm creating the emotions right now that are harming me. So I just need to stop doing that, and that'll be good. So those 2 I have in mind, Bendy and FNAF, because those are like kind of 2010s like indie horror when it was booming, and that allows me some time to like I'm allowing myself some time to adapt to it because I know the games somewhat already from like unfortunately at the time being exposed to the fandoms that have reached outside of their fandoms. I don't know if I'll play Inside. I think I'll just save Inside for next year, actually. And
Hello.
Same goes with Little Nightmares
He'll be
too.
lurking cause I'm at my workplace _cheer LOL.
That's cool, Stella. Thank you for joining. Please focus on work or not. I don't know. Maybe work sucks and you don't want that. In which case, just listen to me, I suppose. And I'm just kind of at a loss for what else to do. So here's the thing. I want to stream like every day for the next week to build up the finale. So 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, and 31st. And then maybe in the weekend to cool down. Or maybe I'm just going to take a break, actually. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. So Higurashi's 1 day. Bendy's 1 day. FNAF is 1 day. I think I'll play Iron Lung. I think Iron Lung will be a day as well. And then I'm just like, I think I will do 1 more. And I think I might do that Vile Exhumed. I might do Vile Exhumed. I might actually build up to do Vile Exhumed because it's the more I read, I don't want to read into it because I want to avoid spoilers, but the more I think about it, I guess the more I think about what I have read about the game, it would be absolutely terrifying. But it's also like terrifying not because of like fantasy bullshit elements that kind of like are just, I guess, it's from what I understand, part of what makes Vile Exhumed scary is because it's real, and because that's what makes it scary. I think, although I would be terrified, it would nonetheless be something. It would be a more meaningful experience for me, I think. Iron Lung, let's go. He's dying on stream. It's like a 1 hour game. Am I gonna die? Is it that bad? I know it's a 1 hour game, but I don't know what to expect other than the fact that Markiplier's making it. All I know is Markiplier is like making a movie. I love my work actually. I just need background noise. Okay, I've been told I'm excellent.
No
background
LN2.
noise. No Little Nightmares 2 for this this month, or well, in fact that would be this year. Not because I hate Little Nightmares 2, but because I was choosing between 2 and 3, and I wanted to do 3 with Exion because it just came out as well, and I wanted to play with Exion, right? So I'd chosen 3, but I'll do 2 next year. Like, I'm looking forward to 2. I will play 2. I will play 2. It's just, I want to save that for next year. You really know how to provide food for the Euphanoia who like seeing you scared. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for me. This isn't for you. This is for me. This is so I can conquer horror and just prove once and for all that fear is a mental construct and mind over matter, mind over matter, mind over matter. My brain is so powerful that there's just no way I could possibly be beholden to it. Like, my brain wouldn't create something so scary, wouldn't cause so much fear that my brain wouldn't be able to handle it, okay? Like, that just wouldn't happen. What if I'm, like, dead or something by next year? Look, I'm not, like, I don't know, then I'll come visit you at the hospital. I'll come visit you in the children's hospital like John Cena. I guess I'll do like a Make-A-Wish. I would do like a Make-A-Wish. I would, yeah, like I haven't thought about that, but I think I would probably do, that's like the one thing I think I would do for someone who watched me is like, I would probably do a Make-A-Wish Foundation thing. Like, that's what I would do. That supersedes the art, my artistic pursuit, and like the kind of like parasocial barrier that I must keep up at all costs, and just my general like me liking my identity being somewhat anonymous. I feel like that would all be superseded by someone dying. I think, I don't know, that, or like I'm just out there looking to beat John Cena's record, but who knows.
Lau, if I died, would you visit my grave?
If you died, would I visit your grave? No. But I don't know. I don't think so. If you were dying, I would visit, provided like it wouldn't financially ruin me, and it probably would, because I live in Alexandria, and that's far away from wherever the hell America is, wherever the hell it is right now. That would probably financially like cripple me. But if it didn't, then I would visit you if you were dying, but I don't think I would visit you if you died. Like, if you were dead, I don't think I would. I would probably say like a few words on the Discord, and that's like the most you'll get, I think, if you're like already dead. Make-A-Wishes for children though. What about the adults? What do the adults get? What's the equivalent? Do the adults get a wish made, or is it just tough shit for them? Which, I guess is fair enough, because like it's like, you lived your life. Come on, like, you lived your life. That kid is like 15. That kid has suffered all throughout their school life just to get like stage 4 cancer, like, and not actually get the payoff of having suffered so much of their early like youth. That really sucks. Like, they didn't even get old enough to drink and like have a hangover. Like, that really sucks. Like, that so it makes sense that they get like the Make-A-Wish thing. So I guess the adults don't, because fuck them adults. Can you come to my funeral? No. I'm not attending any funerals. I'm not attending any weddings. I'll do a Make-A-Wish. That's like the most I'll do. I'm not doing a funeral, and I'm not doing a wedding. I'm not doing a funeral because it's like, what am I gonna meet your parents? Like, I'm not doing that. What the hell? They just see some guy roll up in like, you know, the shades and like the face mask and like the baseball cap as well. And he, like, looking like the most suspicious person possible. I'm gonna get convicted. Need to put on a watch list. No, like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to your wedding because it's like, I don't know. I'm not going to your wedding. I'm just like, I'm not interested in your fucking wedding. I don't care. This is like the least of my concern. I would go to your wedding if both the people being married watched me and it wouldn't be televised, like it wouldn't be publicly broadcast, like, you know, so I can maintain my identity, and it wouldn't, and you would have to pay me to show up. You would have to pay me to show up to your wedding. Like, I wouldn't, I'm not, it's not coming out of my pocket. Okay, nothing's coming out of my pocket if I'm going to your wedding, and you're gonna have to give me access to the drink bar. So I need to be able to waste myself. Like, that needs to all be included in the contract for me to show up at your wedding. So no to the funeral. Conditional, yes, very, very specific conditions for the wedding. And sure, I guess if you're dying from a terminal disease, I guess I'll visit you, probably. I'll try. Would you let us attend your funeral or wedding? Fucking no, man. There's an adult one called Dream Foundation, but I don't know the scope of the wishes they grant. It's only for people with life-limiting diagnoses, so it's basically the Make-A-Wish equivalent. I see. Okay. Okay. You could meet my friends. It could be like a meet and greet event. I'm not meeting your friends. I'm not gonna meet I'm not gonna meet like friends of a viewer. That's like me showing up to the family gathering to like my third cousin, thrice removed or whatever, who's like, "Hey, how's it going, Charis?" And I'm like, "What do you want from me? I don't know you. I don't know you. Stay away. Stop. You are a stranger to me."
Social, but like, why are you gatekeeping your funeral, pensive face?
You could like attend like you could attend my graduation when I eventually like stop VTubing forever. So then that would be like that would be the equivalent of a funeral, I suppose. You wouldn't be going to like my IRL funeral, cause then it's like, here's why. Cause then you're gonna be there's gonna be people at my funeral that are gonna be from very different demographics from like the people who would actually be at my funeral in real life, and then they're gonna be like, "What the fuck is a VTuber?" Like, that's not happening. That's not happening. This is not happening. Charis meet and greet at my funeral. God, your funeral? Like, your funeral is gonna be like in what, 60, 70 years, right? I'm gonna be 130 by then. I don't think I'm gonna be. I don't think I'll show up. I don't think. I don't know. Just found out the Dream Foundation is only for the U.S. and Puerto Rico. Non-Americans, you're shit out of luck. Fair enough. I got a 7 in the book exam. Open book exam I did without looking at material. Congratulations, Sarah. Congratulations. You're invited to my little cousin's quinceañera. No. I'm not lasting that long, man. Fuck that. Okay, but like, maybe it's either that or, here's the thing. I think you're either lasting that long or we're all dying in like the next 20 years when some sort of cataclysmic nuclear like omnicide happens, and then it's just the end of existence in the human race, and then it's like we will all hang out in the afterlife or not, because I'll go to heaven because I'm such a saint and a good, great person. And I don't know about, I can't speak for any of you guys. So maybe we won't be hanging out because I will be where the greatest of people go, probably. Like Elysium or something. Can I do my quinceañera again so you'll be invited? Okay, like what? Can you redo a quinceañera? 15th birthday. Okay. Can you redo your 15th birthday? You're asking me, a grown-ass man, like a 60-year-old man, to attend your redone quinceañera or like just any quinceañera in general. Nah, man. I thought that shit was the 18th birthday. That's why I laughed at the first proposition. I thought that was the 18th. I didn't know it was 15. I'm not attending a 15-year-old's birthday. Are you crazy? Are you insane? Are there not enough VTubers that are on like lists? Are there not enough sex pest VTubers? Do I need to add one to the pile and then just like a +1 Google Docy? I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. Anyways, let's I gotta stop talking about that. I gotta stop talking about this. Could you plead my case in heaven, please? It would probably be, I would probably plead against it. I would probably be like, Your Honor, this person watches a VTuber. To like, God or whatever. And because they're like, omniscient, they would know all the horrors of like VTubing and VTubers, and they'd be like, alright, straight to hell. Will you come to my 30th in 5 years? I'm not doing birthday parties. We're not doing funerals. We're not doing funerals. We're conditionally doing marriages. And we're not doing birthdays. I will not do a birthday. You know what I'll do? I'll do like 100th birthday. If you've lived on this godforsaken earth for 100 years, I'll come visit you on your birthday. Okay, like I'll do that. If you've lived 100 fucking years, I'll come to your birthday. I'll come to your 100th birthday and I'll learn how to tie like a balloon animal just for you. If you live to your 100th, okay, and you want me to show up, I'll do that. I'll tie like the balloon. I'll do like the clown tricks, you know. I'll do the worst 3-minute stand-up routine you've ever seen in your life. That's gonna have some sort of like avant-garde improvised like miming or something. My BF has watched your streams with me occasionally when I put them on. Does that count as the prerequisite? Only if he's also been a member for at least for at least 3 years prior to the wedding date. Charis is invited to my carne asada. This is the last thing I'm looking up, and then I'm playing the game. What the hell is the carne asada? Yeah, I know carne is meat. That's just a dish. That's a dish. What are you talking about? That's a dish. Okay. Whatever. That doesn't count. You can't just add conditions. I'm not adding conditions. I'm specifying conditions. Only a British man would have to look that up. No, what are you talking about? Whatever. Alright, I'm playing the video game now. I gotta stop. Like, look, I gotta stop before I completely lose track of time and then don't have enough time to go through the next 2 chapters. Because they're gonna be rough on me emotionally. Okay. Cameron, I haven't been a member for at least 3 years. You haven't even streamed for 3 years. That's the point, yeah. You lack culture? You have no idea how wrong you are. And I'm not gonna elaborate on that any further. I can't. I'll maybe in like 4 or 5 years I'll elaborate on that further. But for now you're just gonna have to live in the dark. Okay. What the fuck is this music? What is that? What is going on? What?
Okay underscore chair tomato.
What is happening? Just say you're not coming to a wedding, hater. Don't give me hope. I'm not. Yeah, like, no. You're gonna have to pay for my whole trip to and fro, the drink bar, and both people being married have to be Charis Euphranor subscribers for at least 3 years. Okay? Maybe not members, subscribers. Because I don't think I want to. I was just about to say I don't want to paywall it, but then I'm literally saying you're gonna have to pay for my whole journey. So I don't know what I'm on about. Never mind. You lack Latin American culture then, because I'm Alexandrian. Okay. If you come visit us when we're dying, we wear a mask. I don't know. Probably not. If you're like dying, I don't care. If you're dying, I'm not gonna bother with that. I'll pay you if you come to my wedding. No, I'm not. Then it's weird. Then I'm like monetizing my presence, which I don't think I want to do. That's no, bitch. That's international travel. I know. And you think I'm gonna pay for the? Okay, I'm done. I'm not going. Case in point, I'm not going to anyone's damn wedding. Okay, no one's wedding's being attended by Charis Euphranor, physically. All right. Okay. Okay. Last time on Higurashi, when they cry, what happened? We were investigating, or were we investigating? We were like at the club. At the social club, not like the club, the social like activities club, and we were playing cards, and then we got called out by the detective to go we were called out to go talk to a detective, and then we shared our thoughts and plans with him in the car, came back to the club, and they were none the wiser except for the childhood crush Reina, who actually knew what was going on and like decided to keep her mouth shut until we tried to, and then we did some shit. We tried to get her to admit that they were talking behind our back, like my back, and that backfired drastically. We saw a very different side of her. She started like screaming, and then she turned into Satan. No, she didn't, but like I thought she was about to. And then we went on our merry way, went back home panicked because I was like, and then we went, fuck, what's going on with Reina? I don't know who this is anymore. I'm scared. So we went on a long phone call. No, the detective had the good sense to call us, and we were talking in our room for like hours. We were having that nice long conversation about how fucked up the town is and how everything that's weird is happening, and like maybe there's a conspiracy in the village. I think was the idea. And throughout this entire time, we only found out towards the end of the chapter, oh shit, Dana might have been standing right outside our door listening to this conversation and probably going to stab me. I don't know. Here's the thing, is like, if she does stab me, then it's like I die and that's it. That's the end of the story. So I don't think that happens. But what can she do that's more dangerous than killing me? Here's what I think. She will kidnap me, and I'll be put into I'll be in her house, surrounded by her creepy dolls and shit, including the Colonel Sanders thing that we fish up from like the dam, all those like, and then that might be our way out, is by like using the enchanted curse against her or whatever the fuck, and then eventually it will build up to a climax where we get a big axe and we just split her head open along with her limbs and her like skull and her like internal organs. We rearrange her guts with the axe, and then that's gonna be like the scary bit, I guess. I don't know. The gore, you know? That's the thing. I'm saying it's now, so when it happens, I don't freak out and I know what's coming. I'm just making the prediction now. Those are the sequence of events that are gonna take place. Okay, I think we're gonna get kidnapped. I think we're gonna end up in her basement, and I have no idea how the other girls will be involved at all. Actually, I don't know. I haven't the faintest clue. Can you do a Zoom meeting then? Stop negotiating for the wedding. Okay. We're just gonna go. So this is right after is she outside my house? Oh, we're back. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay.
He's scared again, yay.
Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the mind killer. Weariness and a headache. Not a very nice way to start the day. What's wrong? Keiichi? You don't look so well. When did you go to sleep? It seemed that my mom had noticed my sullen state. Yesterday, I kept on waking up in the middle of the night. Without a doubt, I felt a presence. I felt the presence of someone standing in front of my door. I told myself repeatedly that it was my imagination and forced myself to try and sleep. Except not being able to stand it, I gathered up my courage and opened the door. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I think I did this 3 times throughout the night. Or maybe I just didn't remember doing it any more than that. Even though I was able to get to the breakfast table without incident, I still didn't feel at ease. It might be a cold. I don't really have an appetite. My, you do seem a little warm. Well, can you make it to school? Technically, I did go to a school, but it was mostly self-study. It wouldn't matter much if I missed a day, would it? It could have been that I hadn't been feeling well for the last few days because I really did have a cold. If I took some medicine and got a good day of rest, I might be able to greet everyone with a smile tomorrow. Oh, who could that be? Startled, I looked back and forth between the entrance and the clock. It was 10 minutes later than when I usually met up with Reina. We're not meeting up with Reina anymore. We're not talking to her anymore. We're not on speaking terms. We're not. She raised her voice. Granted, we instigated it. Granted, we started it. So it's our fault. So I'm not saying, fuck you, this is your fault. But it's like, but I don't want to talk to you again, okay? We had a big argument. It was my fault. But I have seen a side of you that I do not think is compatible with my sense of well-being. It was Reina. Reina-chan came to get you. What are you going to do? Are you going to take the day off? Reina was a good girl. She might be somewhat quirky, but she was certainly cute. The lunches she made were delicious, and she always looked out for me. Why should I be so scared of something like that? It wasn't Reina's fault. It was probably mine. It had to have been my cold. You just have to be. Look, it was my fault. I will say it was my fault. But I don't want any of this. I'll rest. Sorry. Then I'll go send her off for you. Mom headed off to the door. I would have to pass by the entrance to get back to my room. I didn't have the nerve to meet with Reina, so I wrapped myself in a blanket on the sofa and closed my eyes. I was so sleep deprived I quickly fell into a deep slumber. And then I woke, and then I had awoken. I woke my eyes darted open, and she was standing right in front of me. Hello, Keiichi-kun, she says. No, that's not what she did. I had only intended that. Sorry, I read that in like the narration voice. So you might have been deceived. I had only intended to lie down for a bit, but it was almost noon when I woke up. I called out to my parents, but they didn't seem to be around. On the table, I found lunch prepared and a note. Mom and Dad had apparently driven off to somewhere far away. Why did they do that? Why did they do that? It likely had to do with Dad's work. Why would you abandon me, father and mother? Why would you do this? This happened every so often, so it wasn't that unusual. It is now! They'd probably be back sometime after dinner. On the note it said, the insurance card is in the cabinet. Take it and go to the hospital. Huh? There was also a well-drawn map to the hospital. That's right. I hadn't been there before, so I didn't know exactly where it was. I had a light lunch, although it really was just leftovers from the morning, and just in case went to the hospital. Oh, because I'm like feeling unwell. That's why. It's not because I've got a missing limb. Okay. Normally, I'd never be here in the middle of a weekday. Just walking around like this had me feeling guilty. It was an odd feeling. Following my mum's map, I took a road I usually never used. After walking for a bit, the hospital's sign came into view. Excuse me. I'm mixing up I'm like code switching in the middle of my reading. Irie Clinic was written rather stylishly on the sign. The clinic wasn't very big, but based on the scale of the rest of Hinamizawa, it was far too grand. There was a parking lot and even a reserved spot for buses. They must be making a mint. I spaced out in the air-conditioned waiting room until it was my turn to be seen. Maebara-san, please make your way to the examination room. I think it's so weird to think that in Japan you can go to the hospital if you're ill and it just doesn't cost thousands of dollars. It really is like the US. It sounds like an American problem to me. After properly answering all the chatty doctor's questions, he responded with the old, "It's probably a cold." They gave me a shot and 3 days worth of medicine. I thought I was a little overboard, but if it would clear away the gloomy feeling I'd been having lately, then it was worth it. I settled the bill and took a quick trip to the washroom. As I was leaving, I overheard a conversation between some elderly people who seemed to be regulars at the clinic. Of course, I had no intention of eavesdropping. If it just wasn't for that word. Must have been an onikakushi. Oh, God. I wonder. She was still pretty young. Might have just eloped. Who were they talking about? Has Reina disappeared? With whom? That man from Tokyo who visits every season. That young one with the big camera. Didn't you know they were getting along pretty well? Were they talking about Tomitake-san? I could feel my ears perking up. I don't know about that, but you have to make preparations before you elope. Leave a note or quit their job or something. It's an elopement because they didn't leave a note or message. The thought that I'll never see that young nurse's face again makes me rather sad. She was a nurse. She was a nurse? She was a nurse? Takano-san is an upstanding young woman. She'll be fine wherever she goes. So her name was Takano-san. Takano-san. That woman with Tomitake-san. And she worked at this clinic. Oyashiro-sama's shadow was following me everywhere I went. I started listening more closely, but they began talking about fishing, and it didn't seem like they were going to revisit the topic. I gave up and left. Thus, even though I was separated from the daily monotony of school, I wasn't able to escape from Oyashiro-sama's shadow. But of course, Oyashiro-sama was the guardian deity of this place, of Hinamizawa. As long as I was in Hinamizawa, I would be able to escape. Okay, question. Why don't we, first question, why don't we just, like, buy a plane ticket and get the fuck out of here? Second of all, why don't we text, like, the detective instead of call him? Why can't we text him? Can we not text him? Is that not a thing yet? Can we write him a letter? That would be intercepted, I think. Man, can we just call him and be like, don't say anything. Come meet me at my house right now. I'm going to need witness protection. Well, nothing's happened yet, but, you know, whatever. I'm scared. I'm scared. Maybe it was because I was walking outside, but my appetite had suddenly returned. I might as well buy a snack with the change from the examination fee on the way home. Contemplating that, I turned onto a familiar street. I don't like familiar streets. Oh, I don't like this one. At that moment, I heard a car horn abruptly honk behind me. Please, isekai me. Please, just kill me. Was I really walking so far into the middle of the road where I'd be in a car's way? I moved farther off to the side, but the horn was still honking at me. I turned around, peeved.
40 minutes late, hope I didn't miss anything.
You didn't miss much, maybe. Hello. Don't worry, we just started the chapter. We went to the hospital and then heard someone talk about the nurse, or the girl who disappeared alongside Tomitake-san. She apparently was a nurse at the hospital we were in. Why was she so mysterious, though? Whatever.
Hi, May. Charis was talking about how he's attending our funerals.
No, I'm not. I was talking specifically about how I'm not doing that. Whatever. Who's in this car? It's the detective. The detective is honking at me right now. That's what's going on. Yes. Yes. Thank you. It's gonna turn out that he's actually like the center occultist of this all. Like, he's gonna be the centerpiece of this whole thing as a bad guy, and that's gonna trip me up. I think. I don't know. I don't actually think that, but I need to exclaim every possibility so I don't get surprised. Maebara-san, good day to you. It was Oishi-san. He stepped out of his car, AC on full blast, and waved at me. What's up today? School on break? Just not feeling well, so I took the day off. I was about to buy lunch and head back home. That's great. I'm just about to get lunch myself. Would you mind going together? Not at all. If you're not feeling up for it, then don't mind me. I was just going to lie down after going home anyway. And I didn't really have a cold. I doubt you'd want to eat at one of these local places. Let's go into town. It's a bit of a drive, is that all right? I know a pretty good place. I'd finally begun to understand Oishi-san's roundabout way of saying things. He probably wanted to talk to me about stuff that would be difficult to discuss while in Hinamizawa. I went with Oishi-san, riding in his frigid car. It was almost as if the bright sunlight outside was a lie. I'm sorry about calling you so late last night. Did your parents get angry at you? No. I recalled Reina, who had been listening to the phone conversation all that time, separated from me by just the door. Even now in the brightness of the sunlight, the thought still creeped me out. Yeah, it does. Why the fuck did they do that? Why did they... Okay. With a big bump that jolted the car, the road connecting to the city changed from dirt to pavement. My head swiveled back with a sudden realization. That's right. This was where Tomitake-san died. They've hit a snag on the investigation regarding Tomitake-san. Oishi-san spoke while peering at me from the corner of his eye. They believed it was caused by hallucinogens, given how he was clawing out his own throat. But a drug that could cause that to happen so suddenly is extremely hard to come by. Unless you were a nurse at a hospital. Bear in mind, of course, the autopsy was done with the premise in mind, but we didn't find any leads. You know that thing you see in comics all the time? Where there's a drug that, if you put it in them, doesn't leave any traces? It exists. Succinylcholine. Something or other. Well, it's pretty common. But you see, there doesn't seem to be any kind of drug that would cause Tomitake-san to react like that. Then you're saying that police concluded that Tomitake-san just died from the curse? I couldn't help but feel that the police were worthless. True. Sorry, I was trying to mute myself. I just wanted the idea of a curse to be dissociated from Tomitake-san's mysterious death. Unfortunately, that's how it looks right now. But putting aside the cause of death, without a doubt, he was surrounded by a group of people and had taken a beating before he died. That was no curse, but an incident that unquestionably involved other humans. That made me a bit relieved. We passed in front of the rather desolate, but still busier than Hinamizawa train station. The car pulled into a restaurant parking lot, and I followed Oishi-san into the shop. It was pretty crowded, but there were only adults at this hour. Of course, there wouldn't be children in here in the middle of a weekday. Are we at Caesarea? 2, please, non-smoking. This way, please. When you're ready to order, please call me over. We were led by a peculiarly dressed waitress to our table. I sat with Oishi-san in the booth. So, what do you think? Aren't the waitresses' outfits here cute? I don't know, I can't see it. I would like to see them before I make my judgment, but whatever. What is your obsession with Caesarea? They do like unlimited refills, which as a non-American is a novel thing, okay? Whatever, you wouldn't get it. It's also just like a nice hangout spot. Whatever, you wouldn't get it. Huh? Well, I guess the shop is always quite busy. It's more about the waitresses than the food, you see. Alright, OG-san. I see, yep.
Hello.
Hello, Mari, hello. Always the OG-sons. Okay. Uh-huh. Oishi-san, you're leering. Hmm? Am I really? Was that it? That was the laugh, right? That was what he did. Dude, it actually is. I was joking. I was joking. I didn't think it would actually be. This actually, that's the menu. Look, that's like the, that's what it looks like. That's the layout. And then, you know, you got the water. Yep. This is where they put the cutlery. Dude, where? Okay. Regardless of how the waitresses looked, the food was decent enough. Finishing our meals while talking about some inane topic, Oishi-san's after-meal cup of coffee arrived at the table. Yesterday, we talked about Hinamizawa's past, didn't we? Yeah, that it was the village of man-eating demons or something like that. I didn't know much about it myself, so I asked my grandmother about it this morning. Oishi-san took out the notepad that was stuffed into his breast pocket. Turns out that Hinamizawa used to be called Onigafuchi, or Ogre's Abyss. Onigafuchi. That's quite the name. The name is still around. The marsh where the Shinto priest's wife drowned herself is still called Ogre's Abyss. It's said that the depths of the marsh connect to the realm of demons. Of course, nobody had told me anything about such an ominous marsh, and you see, it appears they were both feared and revered. A respect born out of fear. I guess you could say it was a kind of deification. A village of inhuman creatures. Seems the demons were sennin, or mountain-dwelling mystics of sorts. Taking villagers with incurable illnesses into the Ogre's Abyss and healing them, for example. Even if we are calling them demons, Tengu, long-nosed goblins, or sennin would be a more apt description. They don't seem like such terrible people, even though they were called demons. But they were still man-eating demons, according to the story my grandma told me, as payment for treating the son's illness. Let us eat the mother who brought him here, was apparently how things went. Okay. What? The price of curing her son was herself. That's unsettling. Of course, the mother took her son and ran. Then you see, all the people who lived in Onigafuchi, the demons chased them down, rounded them up, and captured them. The entire village, apparently. That's quite a frightening thing to imagine. In the end, it seems both the mother and the son were caught and eaten. The end. There's a problem with this story. Both witnesses in this story were eaten, so nobody would be able to tell the tale. Huh? There are plenty of old fables like this. In contrast to the ghastly tale, Oishi-san laughed heartily while sipping his coffee. But, well, there are quite a few other tales, where the demons from Onigafuchi band together to capture their prey. I recall that Mion said all the villagers united and fought against the dam construction. I saw similarities with how that part about unification overlapped. Normally, they hunted down a single person and they chose who it was going to be beforehand. Huh? That caught my attention. Oishi-san also appeared to be pondering what it meant. My grandmother told me that you must never interfere with the demon's hunt. You should just hole up in your house and hide under the covers, she said. So what does this all mean? It means you mustn't ever help or protect the prey. As long as you don't disturb the demon's hunt, no harm will fall upon the villagers. It seems there's that kind of rule. Basically, don't help the victims. Pretend you didn't see the atrocities, in other words. What happens if you break the rule? Well, they're man-eating demons after all. Many parts of that tale caught my attention. Parts of the story he had told me overlapped with his theory that the perpetrators were all the village families. Even if it wasn't the whole village, it was conceivable that the villagers were hiding under the covers and leaving them to die when there's a group that was on their hunt, wasn't it? I didn't dare speak it. Then, Oishi-san, I guess it looks like it's either the village families or a group of villagers perpetrating the crimes. What do you think, Maebara-san? I think you should live in my house and, like, sleep next to me and my family for the foreseeable future before we scrounge up enough money to buy a plane ticket out of there and go anywhere else. Excuse me. Another cup of coffee, please. That's what I wanted to know. It seemed that we were both waiting for the other to say that last part. I waited for the waitress to finish pouring coffee before speaking. Last year, I had a nagging feeling when Satoshi-kun disappeared. Oishi-san muttered as he watched the milk swirl around in his coffee. So those friends of Satoshi-san, meaning your group of friends, Maebara-san, I had a bit, really just a little bit, okay, of background checking done on them. Please do more background checking. I want to know everything about their whole lineage and everything about themselves from the moment they were born to, like, right now, and all of their secrets and, like, every single detail in their diary. I would like to know all of this information. Thank you. If Oishi-san had said this to me before, I would have been furious since he told me earlier not to suspect my friends. But as I was now, I couldn't. This might sound pretty stupid, Maebara-san. If you feel that it's stupid, please say so. I'll just stop. Oishi-san was wearing the most serious expression that I'd ever seen from him. It was as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. There were quite a few things I regretted hearing from Oishi-san, but none of them were as threatening as this. A little voice inside me was screaming like an alarm. Okay, like, just get the plane ticket. Just get the plane ticket already, man. Just go. Just go. This isn't my fight. This is not my fight, okay? I'm not having any of this. I don't care if the whole village gets slaughtered or whatever. I'm not offering my head on the chopping block. That's just not happening. And my parents too. Like, we're going away. We're leaving. My dad can paint somewhere else. I'll learn English and I'll like work extra hard at school and you know, go to a different country. The Japanese passport is the strongest one in the world, okay? Like, I just don't think this should be an issue. Stop, Keiichi. Tomare. This is probably the last one. I took a deep breath in silence to that voice. I would not run from the truth. Please. That was all I could utter. Oishi-san stared into my eyes silently for a few moments. After he was certain I was ready, he began. Oh god, oh god. Yeah, just tell me they're all like criminals and they're actually, you know, they're secret cultists. Just, I know that already. I just want some confirmation. The victim of the incident in the first year was the overseer. A few weeks prior, he had an altercation with Mion Sonozaki-san. Multiple altercations. Oishi-san had said before that Mion had defied the dam project vehemently. Well, it wasn't hard to imagine how she'd be if she got worked up. In the second year, the married couple who supported the project died in that accident, right? They had a daughter. Her name is Satoko Hojo-san. Oh, Satoko meaning Satoko? Moshi-san's look told me that my voice was too loud. I realized it as well and quickly quieted down. The Shinto priest and his wife who died in the 3rd year, you see. Their daughter's Rika Furute-san. I just needed a drink of water, that's all that was. That's why I was... Sorry, I just needed a drink of water. Okay. Rika-chan was a housewife who died in the 4th year, you know already, don't you? It was the step-aunt of Satoko Hojo-san. She was in her aunt and uncle's custody, as she had lost both of her parents in the accident. She lived in the victim's house. I could tell my lips were getting dry. I didn't even have the wits to keep my mouth from hanging agape. I thought it was nothing but a bizarre incident, one that I could easily distance myself from. But clicking and clacking, it had snuck all the way to my feet. The one who disappeared the 4th year, by the way? He was Satoko-san's older brother. What? Wait just a second. It took everything I had to finally say that. I gulped down a glass of water and once again wiped my face with a napkin. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. Just put them in jail. Just put the children in jail. Just put the whole village in jail. Just put them all behind bars. Okay. But Oishi-san was relentless. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting out my feelings, he started speaking again. The last of the things I shouldn't have heard. All of the victims seem to be connected to your group of friends. I mean, I figured as much. Look, it just makes sense. It just makes sense. It really does. I think it makes perfect sense. I get it. That has to be just a coincidence. No, it's not. Maibara-san, keep it down. Everyone's looking. Mihon, Satoko, Rika-chan. So what if they're connected? You're telling me all my friends? It couldn't be. It couldn't be. Oh, Reina's different, isn't she? Reina isn't connected with the victims at all. Reina Ryugu-san was living in a suburb of Ibaraki Prefecture up until last year. Well, it's true she hadn't directly met any of the victims. He said it in a roundabout way. Is he saying she's also connected? Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryugu-san moved away to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school. It seems she went through her school building and broke all of the windows. All of them? Like, breaking one, I kind of get, but like, because if you break one, it's like, you're really pissed off. Someone wronged you, and you wanted them to know. You wanted the world to know. Like, I can see that. If you broke all of the windows, you should get sent to a hospital. Probably, right? Like, if you, all of them, every single one. Like, you have to walk through you break like 5, and then you kind of, you probably think, okay, yeah, I've messaged you saying, I think they get it, right? But to do all of them, you'd have to go through every floor and then like go into every room and then do that shit. All the while, you couldn't have done all that at once. You couldn't have done the sword thing. You couldn't have done the Trunks from Dragon Ball Z sword thing where he unsheaths the sword, does like a billion slashes, and then like the moment he sheaths the sword is when Frieza crumbles into bits. Like, you can't do that for all the windows, right? You can't break all the windows at the same time. You had to break like each of them, or like maybe 2 or 3 of them at once, and then carry on. Meaning that this operation should have taken a long time to complete. In which case, someone should have heard the racket and came in and went all like, what's the commotion? And saw like one of the schoolgirls doing that shit. She wouldn't have been able to get to all the windows. Unless she then had some sort of like, I don't know, I can't, contraption? Some sort of rig that just like exploded through all the windows at once. But then at that point, it's like, actually, at that point, you're pretty cool. If you manually broke through every window and you did that shit one at a time, you're insane. But if you did all that through like one rigged explosion, then you're cool. Well, you're a terrorist too, I think. But like, whatever. That's. I think I think you would be classified as a. Whatever. Reina did that? She broke all the windows at her school? That same silly Reina had? I couldn't even imagine it. I can. I actually can. And I think that's reason enough.
If you're enjoying this deductive stuff, you will love Maniko.
I don't know if I'm enjoying this. I kind of want to just go home. I'm going to be honest with you. Enjoying is a stretch of the word for sure. I just think we should lock all of my friends up right now. Put them in jail forever. Just do that. I couldn't even. It seems that after her 3-day suspension, she didn't return to school. She went to a neurologist and was diagnosed with dysautonomia. She was given weeks of counseling and medication. I wonder if it was something like a nervous breakdown. I'd heard that it happens to people who are really methodical or overly sensitive. Neither of those matched Reina's easygoing personality. You're just so dumb, Maebara-san. Like, you fucking idiot. You just saw this. This would... Here's the thing, like, Maebara's disbelief would be sold to me if this reveal happened, like, 3 chapters ago. But, like, knowing all we know now, yeah, this makes perfect sense. This makes absolutely perfect sense. Tara, I'm ignoring your comment. And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all of the conversations he had with Reina-san. Oh, good. Let's read through the backlog. Let's do it. It shows up, and quite a bit at that. Onikakushi? Onikakushi? What did? I pressed forward carelessly. There couldn't be anything more for me to regret. She mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama. But she didn't even live here! She didn't even live here! Oh, man. Just lock them up. Just put them all in jail now. Put them all in jail now. It felt like someone's stone cold hand was caressing my back. Nope, no, stop. Why had Reina spoken of Oyashiro-sama before she even came to Hinamizawa? Seems that the Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house every night. Standing over her pillow, looking down at her. Why? To do what? My mind froze. I couldn't process what I was being told. A while after that, she moved to Hinamizawa. Ah, that's right. She's not an outsider. Huh? I'm lowering the volume. According to the residency register, the Ryugu family used to reside in Hinamizawa. Reina-san moved to Ibaraki right after she finished elementary school. My mind went completely blank. It was similar to the static you'd see on a blank TV channel. My ears began ringing as I lost all sense of comprehension. Maebara-san, are you alright? Shall we stop? Those words brought me back. I couldn't let it end here. Now I understand, Reina. And how about the last victim, Tomitake-san? Who was he connected with? Irritated, I let out one final reprisal. All of them. Have you forgotten, Maebara-san? Didn't you all spend the night of the festival together quite merrily? Quite a few of the officers saw you enjoying yourselves. What? That's it? That's all it takes? It's just like you talked to them and you hung out with them and then they got him killed? But then how come they killed him first before they killed me? Why didn't they kill me first then? Now there was nothing I could respond with. I fell silent as my brain turned to mush. We should get going. Ah, Maebara-san, did you take your afternoon medicine? I'd completely forgotten about the medicine I'd gotten today until Oishi-san said that. I got another glass of water and we left the shop after I chugged it down. I think they'll kill him. Actually, they'll kill him. They will kill... it will be a twist of fate. We're gonna get... Sorry, I'm just trying to, like, adjust my cables. This is how they're gonna twist it, right? Like, they're gonna make me feel really comfortable. Here's what they're doing. They're making me feel really comfortable talking to Oishi-san, like, to the detective here. And then after a few more conversations, we're gonna be like, oh, like, we're gonna get in a tough situation and think, oh no, what do we do? We're gonna call beep boop boop beep boop boop. We're gonna call, like, the detective, and then, you know, he's not gonna pick up. We're gonna think, oh, what the hell's going on? Oh, we're gonna go visit him at the police station. We go to the police station, and it's like, we'll ask the other police officers, like, what's going on? What's happening? Where's Oishi-san? And they'll go, either they'll go like, there is no Oishi-san, or they're gonna be like, he died yesterday. That's crazy, fucked up, isn't it? And then we're gonna go, oh, what's going on? And then we go outside in the parking lot, and then it's just like standing there with our lunchbox. Mansplaining horror. Okay, I'm gonna continue playing the game. We got in the car and returned to Hinamizawa via the rough road. I never really paid attention when I was on my bike, but did cars normally shake this much? It was almost as if the road was desperately trying to tell me something. But dump. That big jolt was from the difference in elevation of the road when it changed from cement to dirt. I was certain that I heard Tomitake-san scream. I sat in silence, just letting myself be shaken by the car. I'll drop you off at your house. You missed school because you were ill, correct? My apologies for the long conversation. Why did you talk to me? I blurted out the question. Really just blurted it out. I didn't expect an answer. I did check with you first, didn't I? If we should just stop. Not that. Why did you reach out to me? I understood quite well that Oishi-san was investigating this string of suspicious incidents. But why was he telling me all this? I knew nothing and I couldn't help. Everything Oishi-san spoke of was news to me. First of all, what could I, having just moved here, know? I didn't tell him anything at all? I didn't tell him, like, the weird freak out that happened? Why don't I remember the weird freak out with Reina? Is it, like... Has it been suppressed in my brain? Like, have I just completely... Have I just shelved that deep into my subconscious? No, I've forgotten. I've lost my way. By chance, if there was a reason for Oishi-san to reach out to me, then it would have to be that I looked suspicious to Oishi-san as I was part of Mion's circle of friends. I'm retiring this year. I plan on moving away after retiring as my grandma wants. So while I'm still on the case, I want to bring the truth behind this incident to light. So Oishi-san, you suspect them, don't you? All of them. Oishi-san didn't really give a response. Honest, no, but like me too though. Like I'm with you, Oishi. I'm with you. I don't know what Maibara-san's talking about. Like those games of tag and like cards or whatever have not bonded me yet. I don't care. I don't put them all behind bars. I have no sympathy for these like psychos. Okay, none. Put these terrifying school children away. Lock them up. It felt a little late, but I thought it was his way of showing a bit of consideration for my feelings. This is mostly my intuition from 30 years in this job. Maibara-san, you're the one in danger. Huh? I wanted to reply with, that was absurd, but in my downtrodden state, I couldn't bring myself to say it. I'll be retiring this year, so I won't be at the Watanabe next year. So I want to settle things. In other words, he was insinuating that on the next Watanabe, I might be the victim. I've been warned by the chief as well. Each incident on the string of cases has been solved, so don't bring it up again, or so I was told. This is the pressure that I'm facing. Pressure from what? Someone in Hinamizawa. We've arrived. Is this fine? After some time, the car finally reached the path to my house. The clock read 2 p.m. I was surprised so little time had passed since we ate. It was hot outside the car. The chirping of the Higurashi when they cry hurt my eyes. I won't mind if you just forgot everything I told you today, but I'm still going to keep investigating. I'll end Oyashiro-sama's curse this year. So you're saying I should contact you if anything happens? It's fine. Just contact me when you feel you have to, Maibara-san. Right now! Right now! Right now! I wasn't collected enough to understand Oishi-san's roundabout way of saying it. Be sure to take it easy. I'm sorry for throwing all this at you while you're taking the day off because you're sick. I didn't really give any sort of response. I'll always be on your side. If anything, believe that. I'll be off now. It's a betrayal or a death. There's no way he comes out of this, like, happy. The tires crunched over the dirt road as the car made a U-turn and disappeared into a cloud of kicked-up dust. It felt like I was watching a boat only throw me a lifesaver in shark-infested waters before disappearing into the distance. That was the first time I thought Oishi-san was being unfair, telling me I was going to be the next victim,
so late.
then just saying to contact him if something happened. Hello, Gentle, hello. This wasn't a criminal investigation. He was fishing. Now it was just the bait dangling off the line. Would the fish be the perpetrator? Or was it really just Oyashiro-sama's curse? Either way, the bait would be swallowed whole. Damn it, I don't want to die. Get the plane ticket now, my brother. Get the plane ticket, get your family on the plane, go away. Move away. With your strong-ass Japanese passport, leave the country, go somewhere else. There are weebs around the world, many of them. You will not struggle socially that much because people will think you're cool just by the fact that you speak the anime language and you probably know Dragon Ball Z, okay? Like, you will make friends and you will survive and you will... in fact, you will make cooler friends than the 5 schoolgirls that currently are holding us hostage, okay? Like, they will be superseded by a much more superior social circle. Get out of here, please. For some time, I could do nothing but stare at the puddle of water left behind by the AC from the car. Higurashi, when they cry. Why is this taking so long? Okay. I wonder how much time had passed since I laid down. It was getting dark outside. Oh, it's getting dark outside. My body was soaked in sweat. It would probably be a good idea to change my sheets. At that moment, the phone downstairs rang. It was probably Mom. Mom was quite the worrywart. Maybe she had called many times, but I just didn't notice it. Hello, this is the Maebara residence. Oh, he's alive. Hello, this is Mion. How you doing? Is this one of Keiichi's friends? Yeah, alive, but not for long. Keiichi's resting now, but shall I put him on? Huh? Is this his dad? Sorry. Gomena, sorry. Wahahaha, idiot. You fell for it. Huh? Kei-chan. I can't do like the capitalized into the lowercase. Like, I don't think I can do that. After our exchange, we both had a good laugh together. Except I was suspicious of her even as we were laughing. Was everybody really involved in the incidents? The fact that I couldn't say no saddened me. I'm relieved that you seem well. Reina was really worried, you know? Satoko-chan was happy and said you got what you deserved. Reika-chan said, how unfortunate, he's sick. Looks like everyone was making a big deal out of it. Well, you know, so, Kei-chan, it's not a bad time to come pay you a visit. A visit? A visit? No, it's okay. It's not like I'm dying. My grandma made a ton of mochi, you see. I was told to share them. So I'll bring you some. And familiarize myself with your home location so I can come and kidnap you and your parents in one fell swoop. Hey now, you'll catch my cold. Not to worry, both Reina and I are too stupid to catch a cold. What the fuck does that mean? See you. Be there in a bit. They know my address. They know where I live. Okay. She hung up cheerfully. Reina's coming too. That's what it sounded like. I was still concerned about meeting Reina, but I guess if she was with Mion. I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later. My parents aren't back yet. My parents are not back yet. It's just me. It's just me. I should call the detective right now and tell him to be on standby at all times. Just like with a gun. Please bring a gun. I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later. How are you feeling? Did you take your medicine and rest? I did just that. Thank goodness you look well. I was worried. Sorry, I'll be fine by tomorrow. Mion showed a complete lack of concern for someone who's recovering, and Reina looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. It didn't look like there was anything behind those expressions. I thought we might hang out for a bit, but it looks like you're not quite in the condition for it. You don't say. It seemed my face appeared a bit sullen. Then here, Keiichi-kun, these are the mochi Michan's grandma made. Reina held out the package wrapped in newspaper. I don't want your fucking devil food. Get that shit out of my face. There might be about 5 in here. It was quite hefty. Ah, thanks. Send my regards to your grandma, Mion. Yep. Ah, there's one that I made in there as well. I wonder if Keiichi-kun can guess which one. This is Kei-chan's homework since he missed the club meeting today. There are letters on each mochi, so I'll ask you tomorrow. Were you checking if I was feeling better, or did you just come here for club activities? Yep, looking fine. Guess you'll be able to make it tomorrow. Man, what are you gonna do if my fever comes back because of your shenanigans? Michan, we shouldn't be making such a racket. Let's go. The other people here will get angry. Both of them thought my parents were at home. Oh, thank God. It was because of the entranceway was a mess. You're right, let's get going. Ah, by the way, Kei-chan. Yeah? I know when you sleep. The music changed. What did you eat for lunch? Stop! I can't.
LOL.
I can't. I gotta go. I have to go. I have to. I can't. I need this. She has a gun here. Is this worse? She has a gun. She has a gun in this one. You're scared of a bunch of high school girls? Have you seen high school girls? They're fucking terrifying. High school girls and boys. High school kids are fucked up. I don't want anything to do with any of them. Forever. Like, no, man. I didn't even like high schoolers when I was a high schooler. Like 40 odd years ago, okay? Whatever. I had, I had a Tesco meal deal for lunch. Why do you ask? The sudden question startled me, and I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion. I had never seen her like that. It was a highly unsettling visage. Why? Okay. Which one is it? It's here. Oh my god. Oh. Why is she asking me about what I ate for lunch? What she said was so inane it was almost meaningless. The way she said it was almost like she didn't even care at all about what I ate. I ate out. She must have suspected that I was with Oishi-san. Anyway, I felt that if I hesitated or tried to change the subject, then they'd read too deep into it, so I tried answering as quickly as possible. Except contrary to the efforts I had made, there was a pause before they replied. So you ate out for lunch, Keiichi-kun. The glimmer from Reina's eyes had changed at some point as well. I didn't even see it. I didn't even notice the sprite change until I read it. And then I glanced downwards at the sprite, and then I can't. Okay, alright. Look, I've got it can I beat 5 high schoolers? Can I beat 5 high school girls in a fight if I have an axe? Okay, but if I'm armed, they're also armed. So it's I don't know. I would probably lose against 5 high schoolers. I would be over. Oh. I was way wimpier in high school, so I don't think I would have been in my best shape either. Fuck. Okay. It was now sharp, as if to make me feel the feigned ignorance behind her words even more. As if she already knew. That's how it looked to me. Well, was it good? Why are you asking me this? Mian was speaking in an unusually low tone, almost as if she knew that I'd eaten at the restaurant in town. No, I'm overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. There was no way they could have known where I was. They have contacts because they're like local villagers, and they've got like eyes and ears everywhere. The people around here, they're all like working against me. This is a conspiracy, and they're all working against me. Seems you were with a rather austere-looking older guy. Who was he? Flop. The package with the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. I could tell the blood had drained from my face, making me go pale. Oh, Keiichi-kun, who was he? Could it be the person from before, I wonder? I can feel the back of my throat going dry. My parents are gonna here's how the rest of the scene plays out. My parents will show up, and they're gonna go like, "Hey, hello, auntie and uncle. We were just here delivering mochi. Oh no, it slipped and fell on the ground. Oopsie. Haha. Teehee. We're gonna go back now because we're cute schoolgirls," or something like that. And then the protagonist, this dense motherfucker, is gonna be like, "Yeah, this is totally fine, and I'm gonna stay in the town for the rest of my high school days." No, you're insane. We're packing our bags and leaving right now. We should have done that 2 chapters ago. And like, look, the best time to have left this island, or this town or village, whatever, was like 2 chapters ago. The second best time is right fucking now. Right now. Right now. Kill them and go. This was no longer a bluff. They knew everything. How do you know that? It took everything I had to finally force these words from my throat. My knees were shaking. Because there's nothing this old man doesn't know. Mion sneered knowingly, and her laugh seemed to carry on forever. So, Kei-chan, what did you talk about? It seems like you got pretty worked up over it, too. We weren't talking about you guys. It didn't have anything to do with you or Dana. You fucking idiot! I'm so stupid! I'm playing the world's dumbest character. I would never crack under pressure, by the way. I would be so good under pressure. I would never... That couldn't be me, for real. That would never be me. Why are you looking at me like that? Stop looking at me like... Stop looking at me. Stop. Go away. Get the axe. I need a gun. I need a gun. I need a comfort gun. I need a gun right now. Isn't it a bit strange to hear our names come up even though nobody asked about that? Reina's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. Okay, we should go on the offensive now. Fuck it, we're gonna die anyways, right? We're dead. They know I'm sus, so I might as well just go on the offensive and go, "Oh yeah, well, what were you guys talking about when I was asleep, huh?" And then, like, you know, try to throw some dirt on them or something. I don't know. I dug my own grave. Oh yeah, I did. Just change the sprite. There will be a gun there. Okay, let me try doing that. I gotta grab her gun and then shoot myself. Okay, let me go back. This is actually like this is horrifying, man. How do they do that? That's crazy. Okay.
Oh hey, you rescheduled the stream to accommodate my schedule. How thoughtful.
You're very welcome.
Smiley face.
You're very welcome. I'm just that thoughtful.
Oh hey,
I love
you
all my
rescheduled
viewers.
the stream to accommodate my
totally.
schedule. How thoughtful. Smiley face.
Congratulations, another double. My thought was I almost read that wrong. I almost quoted Voice Critical when he got that Scholars Mate against XQC in that chess tournament many years ago. My heart was throbbing so much it felt like it was going to explode. Well, whatever you're trying to hide, this old man already sees through it all. Remember that. I couldn't even shake my head. Okay, well, what do you know? Why don't you tell me? Why don't we be, like, honest here? It took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. Was it chattering or clattering? Chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly, and then a lot, and then her head fell off. Kate-kun, you don't look so good. I think you should lie down. That's true, we should both head back home. As if nothing had happened, they both giggled at each other and started making their way out. I hadn't moved a muscle since I'd dropped the package of mochi. As they left the store, the door slowly I can't speak. As they left, the door slowly closed behind them. All I could do was stare, as if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as the door was about closed, it opened again slightly with a sudden creak, setting my heart racing once again. It's Mom and Dad! A single eye peered in through the narrow slit, and Mion's hawkish gaze peered at me once again. It's not Mom and Dad. It's not Mom and Dad. See you, Kei-chan. Yeah. I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow, alright? Thud. The door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle even after their low laughter died off in the distance, and silence once again enveloped the room. Coming back to my senses, the first thing I did was lock the door. They knew what Oishi-san and I talked about. Why? How? No, that wasn't important. Thinking about it now, all of it could have been overheard from the beginning when Oishi-san met me. Just as Mion said, I couldn't hide anything. Then what were they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. What do they deem unnecessary? Okay, I hadn't spilled the beans. Okay, so if Maibara-san, if I were acting in Maibara-san's place just now at the restaurant and spilled all the beans, I'd be dead and my parents would be dead too, I think, probably, right? Unless I moved to, like, Europe. I don't know, man. I don't want to be here anymore. I only talked with Oishi-san about one thing, and they were warning me that that wasn't necessary. What was it that Oishi-san talked to me about? The incidents involving Oyashiro-sama's curse that occurred every year weren't individual cases, but were connected as a whole, as well as the fact that there may be multiple perpetrators hidden within Hinamizawa. No, more precisely, that Mion, Reina, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. Weren't there like 5 girls? Who's the last one again? I forget their names. Is that what they were warning me? They're warning me against? What kind of nonsense am I thinking about? I hit my own face hard enough that it let out a loud slap. If only that would wake me from this nightmare, but for some reason it felt like I was punching a blanket. It was almost laughably painless. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. When did I become such a pessimist? Calm down, calm down. Settle down and sort things out. The reason Mion knew I was eating lunch with Oishi-san was probably because somebody from Hinamizawa just happened to be there at the time. They must have told Mion that I was there. That made the most sense. Yeah, like, so, here's the thing. It's like, I think what the average player, maybe Maibara's, like, what's going through their head is like, oh no, she can, like, see all. She's omnipresent and omniscient. You know, she can like read. She can see everything that happens in the world through Oyashiro-sama's curse or whatever. No, I'm not scared of the supernatural stuff. I'm scared of this, like, person who has probably sent spies my way or all around me and eavesdropping on all of my conversations and, like, gathering intel that way. Like, that must all be, like, really well engineered. I don't buy the curse. I don't buy, like, the supernatural bit, but I do buy that this is all an elaborate conspiracy. That's why I'm terrified. I'm not scared of the fucking ghost or whatever. I'm scared of the 5, probably more, villagers that are part of this conspiracy, and that's why I think we should round all of them up and put them in jail. All right. That made the most sense. Plus, come to think of it, she didn't ask me where I ate lunch, did she? She only asked, was it good? They were just curious since I was together with someone not from Hinamizawa. It's not as if they had any ulterior motives. They did have ulterior motives. Did you not see the sprite change? That's it. That has to be it. Thinking about it that way, it was the same with Reina. I was just being strangely ambiguous about when I met with Oishi-san, and Reina was just correcting me on that. That's when I was bewildered by the change in character from the usual mild-mannered Reina and was just startled by it. No, again, refer to the sprite change, thank you. That's the most natural way of thinking about it. It felt like my mind was mixed up like a tangled mess of spaghetti. Deep red marinara sauce would have poured out of my nose and ears if you squeezed my head. Thinking about that, I suddenly felt like vomiting. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending time with them was fun. It didn't feel like there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think that they're a good bunch of people. They're not! What are you talking about? Even if they weren't psycho murderers, they're like painfully unfunny tropes of anime characters. There's stop. You have no... Maibara, please. You have nothing to lose but your... You have nothing to lose but your shackles, okay? Like, get out of there. When I just moved here and I couldn't make heads or tails of everything, they were really kind to me. They're taking advantage of you! Okay. Nana was really kind and always looked after me. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head, she was really pretty cute. It's bipolar disorder! Mion is also a really good person. She didn't care about anyone's age or gender and was optimistic and outgoing. She doesn't discriminate in the same way that, like, a psycho murderer doesn't discriminate. I was never bored when I was with her. And talking of not getting bored, rambunctious Satoko was a good person for that, too. I mean, I don't really care about Satoko. Like, Satoko's whatever to me. I don't actually care. I don't really, like... She's annoying, too, just like the rest of them, but she hasn't, like... She hasn't done the weird, creepy shit with me yet, so I don't know. Rika-chan was the same way. She didn't speak often, but that didn't mean she was always... Okay, she is like by far the scariest person. I thought she would be the scariest person. Okay, I thought it would be her. But it seems like Reina takes the cake for that, for me, for now. But after hearing of the better untold secrets of Hinamizawa from Oishi-san and Tomitake-san, when I was told about Oyashiro-sama's curse, things started going crazy. Then hearing from Oishi-san that Mion, Reina, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious, after that, everything changed. That's right. It all started getting weird after Oishi-san told me all that strange stuff. At that time, I really should have just not listened to those weird stories. And I even shouldn't have heard about the past incidents from Tomitake-san the night of the Watanagashi. If I just hadn't gotten that strange sense of curiosity, if I just hadn't. That's right, so that's why they... Sorry, I censored the word, like, killed? That's right. So I was gonna say that's why they fucked Tomitake. That's why they fucked him up, man. That's why they did that. That's why they fucked him. That's why. That impudent outsider speaking to the likes of me. After everybody went out of their way to keep it a secret from me. Twitter type of censor? That is a Twitter censor. A TikTok censor would be like, that's why they game-ended Tomitake-san. They'll probably game-end Oishi-san as well. For trying to unearth what everybody was warning me about was better left buried. Besides that, he was unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt the others. Of course a guy like that is going to be fucked. Both Tomitake-san and Oishi-san were nothing but outsiders after all. They were entities who couldn't coexist with the people of Hinamizawa. Those guys should just fall to Oyashiro-sama's curse and just... fuck. It wasn't their fault. It was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity. It wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault, it wasn't their fault, it wasn't their fault, it wasn't their fault. Dude, it's totally their fault. What are you talking about? I settled into a daze. It was a lethargic feeling I had. Like I'd just gotten up, but the ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. I was fine now. I was no longer frightened. I'd completely recovered. I'll go to school tomorrow, right as rain. I'll greet everyone. I'll take part in club activities. It'll definitely be fun. It had to be fun. I was one of them after all. Ah, that reminds me. I need to eat those mochi. And then they spell like death. Or something. I don't know. They spell my mother's maiden name. I don't know what they could spell. They got like letters in them, right? I hope I'm able to tell which one Reina made. That's the one with like the skull and like the poison And like the knife emoji. That's the one with the knife emoji. I remember the homework the two brought with them when they visited me. But wow, our club did deliver it. That was something else. I picked up the package I dropped on the floor and headed into the living room. They're like filled with blood. Oh yeah, that could also be it, yeah. And then it's like, oh, scary. And then you eat it into it, it's strawberry jam, and they go, haha, it's just kidding. Unless we decide to fill it with real blood next time. It would be nice, I guess, to have some tea with it. To fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. Oh, this was quite a delectable situation I was in. Opening up the newspaper wrapping, there were 5 plump red bean paste mochi fit snugly inside. There were letters written from left to right on the newspaper. A, B, C, D, and D. Now then. Oh, and on the newspaper, there's like a multiple choice question. It's like the quiz to the Discord. Now then, they said Reina made one of these. I wonder which one. There wasn't much difference in how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same. This was a pretty difficult problem. The biggest difference was probably their shape. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandma was, but Reina's had to be different from hers. Looking carefully, I could see one mochi that was made very neatly. Just by staring at it, one could tell it stood out. Looks like this challenge depends on whether or not this one is Reina's. Calm down and think even harder. Mion had said her grandma made a ton of them and was told to give some out, if I remembered correctly. So that meant 4 of these were from that large batch. Then what about Reina? She probably only made 1, so she probably spent quite a bit of time on it, meaning the one Reina had made was this one, E. For a moment I thought it may have been a trap Mion laid as she knew I'd pick up on it, but that probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be so sure if I knew Mion had made it, but since she said Reina made it, probably wasn't a trap. Alright, my tea is ready too. I'll start with the defending champ, Mion's grandma. Let's see. There's an eyeball in it. Not bad. The smooth bean paste and soft, chewy texture left little to be desired. The tea I drank afterwards also accentuated the experience. This was an exquisite piece of work. Now, how about Reina's? The creation was so delicate, one would think it was a high-class Japanese dessert. Since I normally had quite the appetite, I was slightly worried about the size of the portion. But, well, first the bite. This was quite a difficult one to judge, actually, because there are human remains inside this one. The ingredients were exactly the same, so there was little difference in flavor. What was different was how it was shaped at the end, so it was to be expected. So the deciding factors would be presentation and volume. The well-formed and well-sized champion versus Reina the challenger with a size you just couldn't get enough of. I'd only had 1 bite of Reina's, so it would probably have to wait until after I was done eating to make my decision. Maybe there was something hidden inside that could cause an upset. A tummy upset. Choo-choo, Seems my prediction was right. My tongue touched something. It's a bug. It's like a roach. It's like a poison. It's a jar. It's a vial. There's some sort of message in the vial and it says kill yourself or something. You know, it didn't feel like something edible, so I reached in with my fingers and grabbed it. What is that? Why did you flash? Why did it flash? Why did the screen flash? What was this? Why is the fucking music change? Before I could fully comprehend what it was, I threw away the rest of the mochi I was eating as fast as I could. It slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter. Then after sticking for a moment, it slid down the floor. I was dumbstruck by my own actions. What was I doing? Reina had gone out of her way to make it for me. How could I? Dumbstruck, I looked down at the hand that performed such a vile act. Then I remembered what I had taken out of my mouth. At first I thought it was a hair. Even though it was shorter than Mion's, Reina's hair was still quite long. And it wasn't this short. It was also a bit too hard to be hair. It was thick enough to roll around on my tongue. There was a bite of a metallic sheen on one end of it. Ah, yes, there was a hole for where thread goes through, like it was a sewing needle. Yes, that's right. It looked very much like a sewing needle. Exactly like one. The end was pointed as well. Quite sharply. It really did look just like a sewing needle. Huh? What did I mean by looked very much like a sewing needle just a bit ago? I couldn't answer. But a voice inside me already knew, and let me know by chattering my molars together. I couldn't stave off the terror welling up inside me. Suddenly, I tasted something metallic and felt a prickling pain at the back of my throat. I stuck my finger in the back of my mouth and felt around to see if I was bleeding. Suddenly, I felt the urge to vomit. A sharp taste of bile irritated the back of my throat. I clasped both hands over my mouth, and after writhing in agony, I was somehow able to hold back the nausea. I was finally able to breathe normally again, but this time my heart was intensely throbbing. Then it finally registered exactly what was mixed in with the mochi. Before I could think of the correct word, my hands were already on the move. Splat, plop, splort. I tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. The geometrical patterns of the scattered bean jams on the wall suddenly invoked a terrible omen in my mind. After looking away, I dashed out to the hall and flew upstairs to my room, where I stayed under my covers until morning. I clutched my own shoulders, howling madly in a mix of fear, anger, sadness, and frustration. This wasn't a threat or a warning or a reminder, nothing as simple as that. What had happened in Hinamizawa? What is happening in Hinamizawa? What would happen? I didn't know the answer to any of those questions. Where did I break a taboo? Regardless, now Reina and Mion and the others, they consider me an enemy, and they thought I should just die. I won't let you kill me! Not for such a pointless reason! I fell into a restless sleep as I was crushed by my negative emotions. It was as if I was being drawn into a billowing, bottomless marsh. Higurashi when they cry. You have received new tips. What's a medicine that makes you commit suicide? Threat. 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 This one just says threat. What's a drug that makes you commit suicide? Do I just click on do I click on threat? Do I want to be threatened right now? Yeah, sure. Let's get threatened. Those guys just know. They had national diet badges. And as prefectural assembly member and city councilor Sonozaki. That's interesting. The prefectural assembly member and city councilor are related. It's dirty is what it is, shouting out each other's names during elections. While one is up for election, the other one holds an assembly and they double up their campaign activities, blatantly. I don't know much about this stuff, but isn't that against the rules of the election? As long as they have no prior consultation, there are no restrictions on their political activities. Kuma-chan, the investigation division is going to be pretty tough for you. You should at least brush up on election policies. I'm not suited for the intelligence division, because I'm dumb. Hehehehe. There was prefectural assembly member Sonozaki and city councilor Sonozaki. Also the mayor of Hinamizawa. All of them involved with the Sonozaki family. What crap. Looks like they were seen off by the department chief and the deputy chief. It came to me. That night, when the chief invited me along to get some Odin, I thought that was it. You have a lot of connections, so you might have heard something. Did you? Nope, not a thing. Ma'am, I'll take a tofu fritter and fish cake. The counselor barked at me in the police chief's stead. Oh my, is that so? Ma'am, I'll take another bowl. Prefectural Assembly member Sonozaki and City Councilor Sonozaki were both intimidating. Our snot-nosed career police chief couldn't even handle being yelled at by them. They're like Yakuza. A petition with your name came up regarding how the investigation of the Hinamizawa incident is being handled. Goodness me, I've not the faintest. No need to play dumb. They're reopening the past cases regarding Hinamizawa. Aren't you? I've already got my hands full with Tomitake-san's death, actually. Really? If that's true, then there's no problem. There was a period of silence. While we were silent, we made headway on our food and drink. Ooh, that was quite the feast. This month has been a bunch of losses for me, so my wallet was feeling the pinch. Much appreciated. Nah, it's nothing. Tell me a good horse. Again. I'll bet on the same one as you. I haven't been doing well there lately. I haven't been able to read the horses at all. Taxi. I'm going by train. The police chief is taking a taxi. I have my own car, but it'd be rash to drive it home. Who am I? Who is this? Whatever. Can't blow it right before retirement with a DUI. Even though he could still rattle off, it looked like his legs were already goo. Pushing him into the cab, I gave the driver the police chief's address. Well, see you again tomorrow. Happy New Year. Oshi-san. Yeah. Past incidents have all been closed. Stop lumping them all together. Those villagers half believe it's really a curse. Well, I'm not convinced. You're going to be retiring next year, aren't you? Weren't you going to pay off your mortgage with your pension and move up to Hokkaido with your mom? Mother pines to return to the land of her birth. It's the least I can do. And the pension, well, it'll let me enjoy myself in Susukino. The police chief may issue a special retirement salary raise, he says. A public servant's pension is calculated based on their monthly salary. So if you were to get a raise right before retirement, your bonus 2-year salary would be inflated, and you'd get a heavy surplus of funds. That tends to be how it's done around here. Of course, it's not a custom that's thought of highly. The difference between the bonus and the pension is quite a bit. I'd expect nothing less exemplary from our egghead chief. But, well, they say our salary is compensation for our hard work, but in the end it really just has to do with the passage of time. Oh yeah. That's not something I could laugh at, but I'll laugh through it anyway. I don't think it's anything exemplary, but given how hard you've worked, it's not odd that you're getting that much of a pension. I'd like to get that much myself. If I can get it, well, of course I'd want it. You'll get it. You're an adult after all. Sorry for holding you up here, driver. Thank you very much. I closed the door roughly, interrupting the chief's conversation a bit rudely. It looked like the chief still had something to say, but he just smiled wryly and waved. I waved in return. The cab sped up gradually and soon disappeared among the sea of lights. Oh man, I wonder if I really can repay that loan. Where's the threat? Where's the threat? What happened to the threat? That's threat? Then what could... We're a mixed grade? We don't have a uniform? What kind of name is Reina? What could that possibly be then? If that was threat, I have no idea. I don't know what to expect from this game anymore. I hate this game. I hate it.
Underscore cheer LOL.
Wait, this is what? This is end of 9. So we're going into 10. I'll finish 10 today and then 11, 12, 13 next week. Okay. Dude, we're not going to school tomorrow. We're not doing that. I'm not going to school. How are you feeling? Horrible. Like, in a good... I'm feeling... Look, I feel bad in a good way. Like, I feel horrible in a way... I don't feel too tired, so I feel like I can continue on with this chapter. But, like... I don't know if I can... I don't know if my heart can take it. I don't know. I just, like, at this point now... Actually, you know... At this point, I feel like they should just... I should just be on a plane. The cops should be called. The detective definitely. I should tell him everything that's going on. I should just rat completely. No, I should rally my mom and my dad. And then leave. And then go to the detective and go, I need witness protection now. I'm gonna die. And my family's in danger. And this needs to be national news. Write up like a clickbait headline article so that it's in like public consciousness. So that way, if I die, even if I die, I'm taking down their village conspiracy with me, right? So it's like, it could still, because at this point I'm wrapped in too deeply. You know, they could totally kill me and kidnap me internationally or something. But if they do, then the world will know the curse of Hinamizawa, okay? And they will be brought to justice. Can I do a bedtime story? I don't need, I'm fine. I'm just gonna, like, I'm just gonna go watch, like, an NL video. And I'll be fine. I'll finish watching, like, the whole VOD. Not the VOD, but, like, the whole Librarian edit, where he played that, like, that Chinese palace drama. Like, that one. My 10% Chinese goat. Let me drink some water. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of muffled footsteps stopped in front of the door to my room. A moment of silence, as if whomever they belonged to was ascertaining if I was inside. Please be my parents. 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 Of all the things I should have been doing, I continued on with my restless slumber. I was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up yet. Even with danger bearing down on me from just beyond the door, it was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Without a doubt, this was sheer terror. Please just leave. Hey, why isn't my body awake yet? If they came into my room right now, then it must be Oyashiro-sama. Ow. Did I just die? I just died. I died. That's it. It's over. I collapsed. I didn't need to click it again. Never mind. Ooh, ah. Eek. I sprung to my feet and threw my covers at my mom, who was opening the door. Whoa, Katie. What's the matter? Oh, sorry. I was still half asleep. I thought it was still 1 or 2 a.m., but the morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains. Mom, have you seen the mochi on the wall and the nail? Did I keep the nail as evidence? Did I store it in a little baggie and make sure, minimize my DNA contact with it so like they can scan it and the police they could sort the fingerprints of the person who tried to kill me just now and then put her in prison? I still has to go now. See you later. Okay, alright, okay, we're going to do it. Okay, we're going to do it. Alright. But the morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains. It felt nothing like morning. Yesterday I must have fallen asleep right after that. Then I should have gotten a full 10 hours of rest. But it didn't feel like that at all. My internal clock was completely screwed up and my sense of balance felt off. I felt feverish enough that it was clear to me that I was still not well. Well, Keiichi, how are you feeling? Can you make it to school? I was well enough to go, but I wasn't mentally prepared for it. I was still plagued with the terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? I don't know, I would have died, I guess. Or what if it had pierced my tongue? There was undoubtedly a murderous intent, but I don't think that's all it was. Why did I eat that? Why did I eat Reina's one specifically and then not suspect anything? Like, am I stupid? What is happening? Am I blinded by, like, the high school girls of all things? Come on, man. Come on. Like, these people... I'm having trouble reconciling, like, the protagonist's mixed feelings with my very clear, distinct feelings of, like, hatred and fear. There's just, like, there's a dissonance there, because the protagonist is still like, oh my god, but all the fun times we had at the club. And I don't think that at all. Whatever. If they really wanted to kill me, then there were other, more certain ways to do it. They wouldn't resort to such a dubious method as having me swallow a needle. Meaning, I didn't want to believe it, but going that far was just a threat. Was just a threat from Reina and Mion. Aren't you glad you didn't die? But next time we'll use a more assured method. Like that. Something like sending a letter with a razor inside would have been a joke compared to this. Did you make it to the hospital? Did you take your medicine? Yeah, kinda. Something about my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. Someone said, how appropriate for there to be a nail in your food since it's almost Halloween. It's not appropriate. It's disrespectful and potentially murderous. And murderous with intent, actually. It's... Okay. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than
incredibly
him being sick.
appropriate.
It was definitely mental fatigue. I wasn't really physically ill. It'll be hard for you to get back on track once your daily routine is thrown off. Come on, get on up. They say wellness is a state of mind. I need to like post on a blog. I need to like tell people that this shit is happening to me. I'd heard that line many times before. I need to post out. I need to like have that scheduled on a blog and get ready to be sent like 5 months later or something. So it's like a while after my death, probably. Whatever. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance, but it wasn't like I was healthier than everyone. Come on, go wash your face. Breakfast is already ready. There isn't much time before Reina-chan comes and gets you. I don't want that. I don't want it. Mom's tone meant I couldn't argue about it, so I had to give up on skipping a second day. By the way, were you the one who got bean paste all over the living room wall, Keiichi? Did you see the nail? Did you see the nail, Mom? Mom, did you see the nail? You shouldn't do something like that. Your father was quite angry. I didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it, so I didn't have much of a reaction. Also, Mom didn't question me any further about it. Why can't I be like, look, Mom, a nail? She headed back downstairs after she was certain I was getting up. What Mion said as she left yesterday, I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow, came back and dwelled in the back of my head. What does she mean by that? I didn't even have to really think about it. She was saying, don't be absent. Taking that a bit further, it was the same as her saying, I should just go about living my life as if nothing happened. If I showed any signs of acting unusual, it would probably result in them making their move. For example, maybe I shouldn't pay attention to someone like Oishi-san enticing me with something unusual. Meaning if I didn't watch my mouth or did anything differently from the norm, in effect it would end up flagging myself as someone who was not wanted. And it seems that was something that the girls didn't intend to forgive. So if I just went along as normal, no harm would come to me. Was that how it was going to be? All that misery I experienced up until yesterday would almost creepily just fade away. It was an enticing deal. Just by forgetting everything I'd seen or heard these last few days, I'd be able to keep living on like normal. There's no way such a selfish thing could. I swallowed hard. I once again deliberated on the idea that I just rejected. Mion was probably a good person who had her friends at heart. None of these people are good. Why do you keep saying this? They just tried to kill you. They just threatened you and then tried to kill you. What are you talking about? She was giving me, who had mistakenly broken some rule of theirs, a chance. Was what I did really something so unforgivable? But Mion had given me another chance. She was saying if I just forget everything and kept living on like I had been, I'd be forgiven. Keiichi, your food is going to get cold. Hurry up and get down here. Dana will be here if you don't hurry. Ah, I'm coming. Crammed my textbooks into my bag and hastily made my way downstairs. Why do I still talk to them? Why do I still talk to these people? I picked up my somewhat bland breakfast. It seemed that I didn't have much time. It was already past when I usually met up with Reina. Given yesterday's events, she'd probably be here the next 5 minutes. I needed to be ready to head back to school by then. I had to forget everything that happened the past few days, 2 days. Forget it all and return to my normal life. For this to be normal, I'll have to be where I normally meet up with Reina. Today of all days, the rice was dry and hard to get down. Ding dong. I jumped to the sound and dropped my chopsticks. That chime signaled that Reina had arrived. Mom hurried me along. Come on, Reina-chan's already here. Hurry, hurry. My mother's merry smile and my gloomy face were polar opposites. Honestly, I was reluctant to see Reina, who was waiting there on the other side of the door. She just tried to kill me. Why am I still like, oh, why am I behaving like she and I got into like an argument about like who we had a crush on in high school, and she was like mad that I said someone else instead of her, and she's like, she's like, no, I hate you now, and we're never gonna be friends. And then like now I'm like, oh no, don't please be friends with me. I said what I said, but I didn't mean it. Like, why are we behaving like that's the plot, and not the fact that just yesterday she put a nail in my food intending to cause serious bodily harm to me? Like, what is happening? Your friends don't try to kill you every once in a while? Strange. Like, oh, why are they doing that? No. Okay. Alright. You are in high school. That doesn't mean anything. Go away. If I were in high school, I'd have these survival instincts ready, okay? I wouldn't... I guess that's one thing that's like... Not a criticism per se, but like... something I'm not enjoying, not just because it's scary, but because it's a bit dissonant from how I see it, is like the protagonist's reaction to the evolving point of the story so far. Like throughout this entire story so far, I feel like I've always been in disagreement with Maibara, but that had always been down to like the fact that I'm like a 60-year-old man and he's going like, oh my god, my other high school these high school girls are cute, and I'm like an adult, and that's where my disagreement lies. But then now it's like a sensibility thing. Now it's like now he's got no sense of, now he's got no survival instincts. He's going to die and it's his fault. I wouldn't be that way. I think this is the classic, this is my cute childhood friend. You're like, get out. This isn't even my cute childhood friend. I met these people like a few months ago. Whatever. The Reina on the other side, was it the Reina I knew? I couldn't keep her waiting. I needed to do things as usual. Like, and it feels a bit forced in that regard because it's like, I would never be involved in this situation like this. So I can't immerse myself as like me, but I'm still nonetheless hooked onto the story. Because I'm playing as Maibara, I guess. Morning. Ohayo! An invigorating greeting filtered in from across the doorway. I came since Keiichi-kun was a bit late. Will he be okay today, I wonder? The manner in which Reina was concerned was without a doubt the Reina I knew. But that was probably only if I reciprocated. Forget everything from yesterday. Pretend as though nothing had happened. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment. Forget about the mysterious deaths that happened the following years. Forget about the people falling to their death. And the terminal illness and suicide and the lynching and the disappearances. Forget it. Forget all of it. Forget that Reina and Mion were scary, of course. Forget it all. Forget about everyone. Forget about the mochi too. Forget about the whole damn place. Like, get on a plane and get the hell out of here with my Japanese passport. Okay. Forget. Reina once again asked to make sure. Can you make it to school? Yeah, I'm fine. Great. Then let's go. Mi-chan is waiting. Reina showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in her expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief. And then she's gonna turn. Yep, her face is. Yeah, oh, okay. No, I was so ready for that. I was so ready for her to like, just do like, okay, one last sprite change for the road. You know, that was, and then this would be where we kill her. We're gonna like get an axe and just chop her into bits. But you see, Satoko-chan was so insistent she could do it. As we were walking, Reina talked about a lot of different stuff, more so than usual. Then Satoko-chan is clumsy, so she failed no matter how many times she tried. How she was so cute. Everything Reina talked about was just silly nonsense, so I just replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid-back conversation. Okay, I just needed to know what that looks like. We passed by one of our neighbors. Sorry. I forgot. Okay. And they called out to us. Oh my, Keiichi-chan and Reina-chan, aren't you two a bit late today? Mion-chan said she was going on ahead. Uh-oh, did Mi-chan look mad, I wonder? We need to hurry up, Keiichi-kun. As we smiled and parted ways with our neighbor, they turned back towards me and stuck out a tongue. Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile. Ah, Keiichi-kun smiled. Huh? What? Dana stopped and stared at me. Why are you stopping and staring at me? I was thinking that you still hadn't recovered from your cold since you seemed down this morning, Cateskin. But now you seem fine. Fine. With a grin, she gently poked my cheek. Get off of me, you witch! Get out! It was a bright, sincere smile. Hey, Keiichi Maibara, how can you still doubt Reina after she shows you a smile like that? I'm going to... It's us. It's her or it's me. And it's not me. Maybe I just had a high fever up until today, and I imagined everything that I thought happened because I was bedridden and delirious. I really hoped that was the case. If God would grant me just one wish, there's only one thing I'd wish for. A plane ticket. I would want what had happened in the past few days, more specifically from the night of the Wasanagashi up until last night. I wanted all of that to have never happened. I wonder how many times I'd wished for these past few days. As long as Reina kept on smiling like this, I think it might just become reality. So I wanted Reina to keep on smiling. Keep on smiling. So, Keiichi-kun, she's gonna do it! Please stop! Okay, those mochi yesterday, did you eat them all? I'm second. Oh. Okay. That vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. My heart began palpitating. The relaxed morning mood suddenly became frigid. Reina's smile was the same as usual. Her eyes were gentle as usual. Those mochi yesterday, did you eat them all? Of course she wasn't asking the question at face value. In other words, Reina was asking, did you get the message? She was probably trying to convey that. Say yes before it's too late, Keiichi-kun. I was reluctant to give an answer. Reina stopped walking and stared deeply into my eyes. Don't hesitate, Keiichi Maibara. Reina was acting the same as always, wasn't she? I needed to respond in my usual way. Naturally, of course. Oh, I gotta tease her. But both my throat and mouth had gone dry and my lips were stuck together. Hurry and answer, Keiichi. Not that much time had passed. I could still keep the conversation going naturally. I had to say something quickly. Reina playfully mimicked what I had said when I finally squeaked something out. Reina's reaction was still normal. It seems that there wasn't as long of a pause as I thought. Somehow I finally squeaked out the rest. Delicious. If you scream, please do it in lowercase. I'm trying to sleep. Yes, so are my neighbors, okay? I know. However, my strained efforts neither sullied nor brightened Reina's expression. For a moment I panicked, thinking I had replied incorrectly. But after a few moments, Reina broke into her usual soft smile and giggled with a joyful voice that seemed to echo through the morning air. Being strung along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well. I see. I said, did you eat all of them, I wonder? My timid smile froze again. My Windows security detected... No, it didn't detect anything. Virus and threat protection summary. Microsoft Defender antivirus did not find any threats since your last summary. Yeah, because I'm talking to them right now. Okay. Did you make it without swallowing the sewing needle? Did she say that? Oh, no, she didn't. Was that what she was asking? If I'd swallowed it, then I wouldn't be here. Nah, I couldn't finish all of them. There's still some left. I was scared out of my wits, but that's how I played it. Huh? What about the homework to see if you could tell which one Reina made? That homework, was it due today? Yeah, it's due today. Michan will get angry. There's probably a penalty game ready for you. She's going to kill me. Just say, yes. Just say I get it. Okay, stop talking to me. We both laughed at each other again, and then she pulled a knife out. To a casual observer, it was just a typical morning. If I could just let myself believe, then even I'd think it was just the usual morning routine. But I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginable buried beneath the facade of this giggling Reina. Lies! I recalled that unexpected piercing voice that I could hardly believe came from Reina's mouth. The moment that image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Was it only at that particular time that something evil had possessed Reina? No, that was wrong. That was still Reina. Oishi-san told me, didn't he? Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryugu-san moved away to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school. It seems she went through her school building and broke all of the windows. Reina had a disorder that normal people didn't. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, that fact would not change. but I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the class throughout the high school. One thing I knew was that it wasn't something spur of the moment. That's what I'm saying, right? If it was some sudden outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break a pane or two. That's what I'm saying! But she broke all of the windows all throughout her school. Just imagine going through your own school breaking the windows with a bat. Swinging full force at each pane of glass one after another, paying no heed to the flying shards, your classmates aghast, unable to move from the sudden turn of events. Were they at school and nobody stopped her at all? There was no school security that was like, hey, what the fuck? Put that down. You know, like none of them, no one? They didn't have a gun? Maybe not a gun, but you know, like, yeah, I don't know. I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway. Walk, wind up, smash. Walk, wind up, smash. Okay, stop doing that. Stop doing that, man. Stop. I'm trying to, like, play the game here. It's difficult for me to connect that horrifying image with Irena smiling at you right now. It's actually really easy. But I just had to imagine it. Impossible because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. The unpleasant piercing sound of shattered glass, the crunching noise as Irena treads across the broken shards, walking towards me. Look, I just don't think she's bulletproof. I don't think she can take, she could dish it probably, but she can't take it, you know? I think just one good shot in the head and, like, you know, she's gonna keel over, I think. I don't know. Chairman acts like he wouldn't be scared shitless watching Lena break the windows. I would! And I would call security, and then security would handle it. That's why they're paid. That's why we pay people money to keep, like, locations like schools safe. That's their job. And if they can't do it, they will call the cops, and they deal with that. And then they lock these people up where they belong. How would you stop an angry anime girl with that stare? Like, with a gun. I'm not American, whatever. I wondered what they did as Reina came closer, breaking windows along her path. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something? Or did they jump at her, trying to stop her savagery? Or did they run to the staff room after being directed there by the teachers? Probably none of those. They probably all died. In the face of that blood-curdling sight of Reina busting window after window, undoubtedly all they could do was silently clear a path for her. Dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Reina to continue. It was far too violent an act for them to seek refuge by looking the other way. That's not to say they were looking the other way. They were doing the only thing they could to protect themselves. If they had done something differently from the rest, they may have suddenly found themselves as Reina's new target. Okay, that's true though. That's kind of true. Like if everyone is just stunned, like because you're genuinely stun locked as she's just going through it, you're not gonna like run and go, oh my god, ah, like because then she's gonna turn to you, and you are now, you know, target number one. But, like, you know, what about the security guards? What about the teachers? You know, like, I feel like the teachers should have... The adults should have done something. Or they should have called, like, this... Man, where are the authorities? The more scared you get, you forget Japan is the one country that's famous for restrictions on guns. Okay, well... Like, the police should have some way to deal with a child, okay? Like, if the police do not have a way to deal with a high school child, then that, I do feel like, is going too far in the other end. What would Reina have... What would Reina have done to whoever attracted her attention? The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims. Meaning I would be the next window. Reina staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and crackling underfoot as she drew closer. I was also drawn into her eyes, paralyzed. Why is my menu moving? Why the fuck is my menu moving? Get out of here! Then Reina struck me with the bat over and over again, like I was one of those windows. I crouched down on the floor, desperately protecting my head. Reina didn't care whether it was my head or my back. Zealously, she hits me again and again. Look, she's like, we can kill her. Okay, we can kill her. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? I peered up to see. Her expression was so indifferent. It was completely unnerving. It's because no matter how many times she struck me, I didn't make as pleasant a sound as the other windows. Stop hitting me in my imagination. Stop. 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 She struck me continuously, over and over again. The sound Reina the sound Reina wanted didn't come out. Our classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. They didn't want to be the next window. Somebody save me, turning a blind eye unless we were hanging out. But of course, everyone in class scrambled to obtain the highest standardized test scores. They'd gain nothing from saving a cram school tryhard like me. Okay, right. Okay. Eventually there would be a faint sound similar to when you crack open a walnut and some sort of reddish-black spray would shoot out. Anyway, it wasn't that Reina momentarily lost herself in her anger. What the hell were you being here? What are you doing here? After forcing myself to breathe and calming down my heart, I recalled what Oishi-san told me. And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all the conversations he had with Reina-san. It shows up, and quite a bit of that. What does? She mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama. Following that, Reina was suspended and had regular examinations at the hospital. Then, as Reina was undergoing counseling, she said it over and over. Oyashiro-sama. It seems that the Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house every night. Standing over her pillow, looking down at her. That was only a piece of their conversation, so I still couldn't see the big picture, but it was by no means a happy little conversation. Then what Reina did, was she saying that ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? Up until now, I didn't want to believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths every year had happened because of some sort of conspiracy. Every time I talked with Oishi-san, I was more certain that the deaths were the work of men and not of some curse. Except if it was people perpetrating the incidents, my friends were somehow deeply connected. If I refused to believe that the curse was real, then I would have to believe that those who acted the kindest to me were deeply involved in it. Yes, and I can believe that because they're, like, insane. Because they're, like... Because, you know... because they're psychopaths. Like, I can believe that. That's completely within the realm of possibility, if not probability. And perfectly explains the series of events that have taken place. Especially the shitty high school card minigames. Like, that explains it. Okay. Why? How? For what reason? Was everybody? It was much more painful and troublesome than accepting that it was just Oyashiro's curse. No, it's not. It really isn't. In the aftermath, Reina had admitted to her doctor that it was because she was possessed by Oyashiro-sama. I felt a strange sense of relief from that. So that's how it was. There wasn't the second side to Reina. She did that because she was possessed by something strange like Oyashiro-sama. No, man, no. It wasn't Reina's fault. Oyashiro-sama was the one to blame. I knew this was all backwards. Refusing to believe there was a curse, I wanted there to be a human perpetrator. Now that my close friends were the ones under suspicion, I changed my beliefs at my own convenience, saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curse to blame. No, it really isn't, man. Which was the better choice, accepting that Oyashiro-sama's curse exists, or that Reina and the rest of them were deeply involved in the string of mysterious deaths? That makes perfect sense. I didn't want to think about it. If I just didn't think about it, I'd be able to continue the same as always. I'd wanted to believe it. But that was no longer possible. I'd received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend the meaning to my own convenience. Regardless of my opponent being a human or curse, I won't let it kill me. As if I would just bend over and give in. For no good reason at all. Tatakai! Oh, we're back at school. Okay. Keiichi-kun, you've been making a really weird face. Why, I wonder. Inhaling sharply upon hearing Reina's voice, I came back to my senses. Before I'd realized it, we were already at the entrance. Shaking my head a few times, I exorcised all those terrifying thoughts. No matter how you looked at it, there's no way Reina could have done such terrible things. It was like I was trying to placate myself. As I slid the door open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped down on my head the moment I stepped into the classroom. The chalk dust went into my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony. Oh ho 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 ho! How befitting for the truant Keiichi-san! Good morning to you both of you, Keiichi and Reina. Ohayo, Satoko-chan, Ika-chan. Not quite in the mood for it, I didn't really react to Satoko's trap. Satoko braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked by silently. What is this? How discouraging indeed. Keiichi doesn't seem back to his usual self yet. Yeah, take it easy on him for today, okay? Suddenly there was a slap down on my shoulder. It hurt a bit. Hey, Keiichi-chan, did you get enough rest? It was Mion. My mind was full with the stuff about Reina, but Mion was also a party of interest. Remember, Keiichi, that hawkish gaze from yesterday. Yeah, morning. What's with that unenergetic greeting? Did you eat the mochi I brought you? Yeah, I did. Because I ate them, I'm like this. Those words were itching to be blurted out. I really just didn't have the appetite. I ate a few, but quite a lot were left over. Well, what about the homework? Do you have an answer for which one was Reina's? I can't believe you forget your homework, Keiichi-kun. Sheesh, then we can't help it. Time for your penalty. Mehehehe. Flashing a lurid smile, Mion returned to her seat. There was nothing from our exchanges that would cause our classmates to suspect anything was amiss. But of course, anyone listening to our conversations up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That was why it was so frightening. They acted in a way that, regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi Maibara, no one would ever suspect them. That fact had me terrified. I should tell all of them. I should tell them all. Soon the teacher came. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began. Can I confide in my, adult figures in my life, please? Higurashi when they cry. Is it over? This free study period was a convenient time to consider where I stood. This feels like the last time we're going to visit the school. I don't know. I gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous of a situation I was in. I had fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Oishi-san multiple times, I could see it as I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. The warning yesterday with the mochi was a good indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just my habit of understating things, excuse me. It probably had no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves some time. Until they had a method of completely erasing me. They were just biding their time. Even though they were keeping me under their thumb with threats, it didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation of my desk made me recall Satoshi Hojo, the boy who was using this seat until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have and was erased? Damn. I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easily. Never! But were they really trying to kill me? I've had these contradictory feelings for a while now. Even though I suspected them, I felt I had to cover for them. With all their suspicious behavior, a morning like this just made it all seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that's just what I want to believe. Doubting my friends? Covering for them? My life was in danger. Or was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, those points were something that should have been deliberated on a long time ago. But really, Reina and the rest of them, were they actually aiming to kill me? The little voice inside me continued to torment me with these unresolvable trains of thought. Are you an idiot, Keiichi Maibara? The answer should be obvious. But baby, that sewing needle might have been just an accident, right? How could you screw up and drop a sewing needle into a piece of mochi? The benefit of the doubt can only go so far. Both Reina and Mion had acted and behaved suspiciously, but maybe it was all some sort of misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? It wasn't just suspicious, it was outright ludicrous, right? Reina just corrected me for lying, and Mion only asked me about what I had for lunch. Reina was standing outside our door eavesdropping for a good hour, you know. She was probably just waiting for my phone call to end. For a whole hour outside your room, and is it normal to go home afterwards without saying anything? You heard from Oishi-san, didn't you? About what Reina did at her former school? But at the hospital, she said it was Oyashiro-sama's fault. She... Cut it out, Keiichi Maibara. Don't you realize they're out to kill you? Yeah. I inadvertently blurted those words out loud. Why would you do that, you idiot? I'm gonna die and it's gonna be my own fault. 'Cause I'm stupid and I can't keep my mouth shut. Or lie, well, okay. Oh. Hearing myself say that so directly left me dumbfounded for a few moments. Afterwards, I had to look around to check if anyone else had heard it. My little soliloquy cut it a little too close to the truth. Even though I could feel the murderous intent from Reina and the others, part of me somewhere was still trying to deny that. This late in the game, such hesitation could be fatal. I knew that. But I was just your average student, a man living his normal, ordinary life. Do you think I could possibly, suddenly, believe that my friends who I had been happily laughing together with up until last Sunday now intended to kill me? Right? Yeah, I can believe it. You're too soft, Keiichi. This time I remembered to keep my voice down so only I could hear it. There was one thing I now understood. I was too soft. I didn't completely understand how dangerous Reina and the rest of them were. No, I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft for not listening to Oishi-san when he was earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I was just running away. I didn't comprehend it, so nobody had any notion to try and kill me. I needed to get rid of such naive thoughts. As I made that resolution, I heard the bell signaling the end of class. So soon. The day was already over. And not a maths question in sight. I weep for the children's education. I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for club activities. Not long ago, I would probably have happily jumped into that circle. My, Keiichi-san, how rude of you to even think about leaving. The way Satoko spoke was so typical and familiar, it almost physically hurt. Maybe she's next to turn to me with suspicion, I don't know. Huh, Keiichi-kun, is today not a good day, I wonder? And we were going to win big together. How? Seeing Reina's expression, which said she was really looking forward to today, was hard to take. Hey, Keiichi, maybe Oishi-san is just some enormous jerk trying to separate me from the others by lying to me. Trying to expunge such weak-minded thinking, I slapped myself in the face. Keiichi-kun? Yeah, was Reina really trying to kill me? I wish someone would tell me it was a hoax. I didn't care if it actually was one or not. I just wanted someone to say it was. Gah, yet another weak-willed thought. How did I ever become this naive? Are you alright? Does your head hurt? Apparently that was how my inner dilemma appeared to Reina. You're pale. Can you make it home by yourself? Maybe I should accompany you home, I wonder? No, it's okay. Sorry, I can get home by myself. Just have the meeting without me. Upon hearing that I wasn't going to participate in the club meeting, Mion pouted unhappily, and then threatened me with a knife. Since Kei-chan was so bent on a revenge match, we were even going to play that deduction game from before too. Keiichi-san doesn't have the burning desire for a rematch? How pathetic. I wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt. Without even a real retort, I just grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Someone's hand perched itself gently on my head. Keiichi doesn't seem to be well. How very unfortunate. It was Rika-chan. She was stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite hand. It felt so nice, which made things even harder. Sorry. Everybody, see you. That's all I said as I quickly left the classroom. They said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. It was a threat, probably. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind, took out my shoes, put them on, and went forward. Forward. Harden that heart, Keiichi Maibara. They were for unfathomable reason trying to kill me. They were plotting something dubious, watching my every move. And you think now is a good time to leave them? No, now is like the time you pretend like you'll do everything to their whim and then gather evidence and time and then like make the move with your parents and then, you know, plan your escape. You do all that shit undercover while you're still nice. While you're still on good terms, okay? But I couldn't hate them. Because weren't they my friends? Part of me lamented my naivete, while another part lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting over it in the first place. It felt like my consciousness was being ripped out of my body. If this is what Oyashiro-sama's curse was like, then it was just too harsh. Hey, Oyashiro-sama, I was wrong for not believing in your curse, but I believed in it now. Completely. Your curse does exist, so seriously, give me a break. I beg you, come on. Oh god, this is when the Higurashi cry. No, it's not, never mind. Dinner was unusually bland. It had no flavor or aroma. The miso soup that normally tantalized my appetite instead tasted like nothing but boiled water. Dad was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. When he got into his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. My dad never cared about the time. Since my dad was at the dinner table, it either meant he had just reached a good point to take a break or he was in a slump. So yeah, he just doesn't understand the motivation creators have. Your partnership was just a verbal agreement, wasn't it? If it's so hard to agree on things, why not just end it? I feel like it's an industry with a lot of back scratching, but when it gets in the way of business... I wasn't able to pick out that much of my mom and dad's conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That of course made the disgusting food even less appealing. Staring listlessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off to the same thought processes I had going on all day. Friends close to me, no, they used to be friends, but I could no longer trust them. Right now, I was greatly lacking in allies. People I trusted, people I could depend on when push came to shove. They were something I just didn't have. Having just one ally would have been incredibly reassuring in the currently hopeless situation I was in. Well, we have a detective, and we have our parents who we're not really talking to. We should talk to our parents and tell them to buy plane tickets right now. I put down my chopsticks and looked over at my parents who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to my mind was to tell my parents everything. Currently, there wasn't a single person from Hinamizawa I would trust 100%. That meant the only people I could trust were my parents. But if I told them everything that happened up until now, would they understand? Reina, for example. That neighborly Reina, who was so diligent in looking after me, came to get me every day, and sometimes brought over a share of what she made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained it, would probably be difficult for anybody to comprehend. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand, and my high-strung mom would probably drag me off to a psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Even if they did come to understand, what could they possibly do? Unless they could uncover the truth, they wouldn't be able to protect me. No, by informing them of these unnecessary things, I'd be putting my parents in danger as well. Yes, which is why you should be like, man, I actually just hate this village, this whole island, this country, actually. Fuck this country. I'm gonna go somewhere else, anywhere else. I'll pick up a new language and, like, you know, just go. I know that's not feasible. I know they're not financially, like, you know, they're not all there, but... I just think calling the cops is how I would probably handle this if I were in this situation. Considering that the victims in past incidents were often married couples, I couldn't even joke about it. For the entire Maibara family to have an accident or to just vanish into thin air, it was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What was important here was knowing that something unnecessary put you in danger. The most unsettling question was, How did they know that I knew? As long as they didn't know, my parents might not fall victim. That was one way to think about it, I guess. At least it was like that in my case. After I found out, things started becoming odd. In other words, it meant the following. As long as my parents didn't know anything, nothing would happen to them. As long as my parents were here, this house would be a safe haven for them. I knew these were just assumptions based on conjecture on top of conjecture. Wanting this house to be a safe haven, that was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not completely safe. It was only safer than the outside. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, I couldn't risk getting my parents involved. Then the only person who could be my ally would be Oishi-san. Him and him alone. He was the only person who understood the situation I was in. He didn't care so much about my safety, but he was without a doubt passionate about solving this case. It was a bit frustrating. Oishi-san was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. Now to get out of it, I had to rely on him. Meaning, it was all going according to his devices. It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. Then when the fish started gathering around, Oishi-san would pull up the big haul. It was slightly infuriating, but even I thought that was the best course of action. So then what should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep waiting until the fish actually bites. Well, I wasn't simply bait. There were lots of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough and tag out to Oishi-san. No question, it was going to be hard. The timing to bring Oishi-san in would be difficult. He was in the city, not Hinamizawa. So if I phoned him in my moment of need, it would take him about 30 minutes to reach me. So I needed to run away for those 30 minutes. For example, if we set up a rendezvous point for dire situations or something, I'd just have to hide out there until Oishi-san arrived. Okay, I could almost see it now. I was still being chased around in the dark by boogeymen, but now I knew which way to go. I would never have imagined this would be so reassuring. Oh yeah, it would probably be best if I had got a concealed weapon for when things got rough. Concealed weapon! Yes. Typically that would call for a switchblade, but that wasn't too reassuring for combat. Also, since it was recognized as a weapon by the public, that also wasn't good. Really, when the time comes, a long weapon like a bat would work in my favor, or an axe. I remembered there was a metal bat at school. I could be confident with that when push came to shove. If I pretended that I was practicing my swing, then it wouldn't be suspicious for me to always carry it around. I could go to school early tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon may be enough to deter them. Me when I'm a country leading up to the Cold War. Also, one more thing, insurance. It could be something like a note or memo. I could write down everything that's happened as a sort of journal. In case I suddenly vanished, the journal would be left behind. With my journal in his possession, Oishi-san should be able to avenge my death. I left my parents engrossed in their conversation about work and went back to my room. That's what I've been saying. I think that's the way. I think that's how we do this. I tore out a piece of paper from a notebook and made my way to my desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for summer homework in elementary school. On the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead. We should, also not just write it. We should encrypt it. We should encrypt it in a cookbook. Yes. The Secrets of a Philosopher's Stone. Yes. Anyways. So I should only write down the facts. How should I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came. I, Keiichi Maibara, am in fear for my life. It made me laugh nervously. It was a line that showed up often in detective stories. I never even dreamed that I would be in the type of situation where I'd write it myself. I do not know why they are after my life. Reina and the others were suspicious, but I had no proof. And that's why I couldn't write anything anymore. I laughed wryly at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. Would the police be able to get the hint from reading this enigmatic passage? I could only pray that they would. What I prayed for the most, though, was that this journal never needed to play its part. Here, I laughed nervously. It was too simple, so I wrote down one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Was that too much? I probably shouldn't write more than that. If I wrote any more, then it would seem like I was just delusional. In order to appear to the reader that the person who had written this was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at that point. I just needed to add more as I learned more about the truth. I folded the paper and thought about a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there was the chance that they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, if it was in too obscure of a location, then there was the risk of nobody finding it at all. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall and stick my folded note on the back of it with Scotch tape. After that, I put the clock back into its normal position. Yeah, it didn't look like anything was behind it. Now I needed to set it up such that, if anything happens to me, my parents could find it. I looked at it from countless different angles until I was satisfied, and I made my way downstairs. My parents were still talking about work. It didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon, so I cut in. Sorry to interrupt. I have something I wanted to talk to you about. I'd never started off a conversation like that before, so my parents were both startled. They stopped talking and turned towards me. What is it, Keiichi? I have a favor to ask of you. Please listen. Just in case, yeah? If it's not urgent, can we do this later? Right now, Mommy and Daddy are have something urgent they're talking about. I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine. In any case, I stated my request. Just in case, okay? If I die, both of my parents went as wide as saucers. If I die, I want you to put the clock on my wall in my coffin. If they did that, then they'd probably find it. My memoir. Both my parents remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. I couldn't blame them. I made that clock in shop class, and I really like it. So please. What's the matter, Keiichi? Did something happen? Mom was finally able to ask me with a questioning gaze. Of course, this was a normal response for when someone's son suddenly talked about a subject like this. I felt bad about making them worry, but right now I just wanted them to think about the clock in my room. With the awkward mood leaving the room in silence, I decided to go back to my room. I want to get to school early tomorrow, so I'm going to bed. Good night. Saying only that, I left the living room. That's a good lie. I need to get to school early tomorrow and secure the bat. It's a good, okay, the whole like I want you to bury my clock at my funeral, or like on my coffin, is a good way to do it. But he should have introduced it with like, oh, I was just thinking about like death recently, because, you know, we were talking about that in class. Surely that's something they would talk about, right? In high school at this point. But then again, all the classes, they just like start and then end 2 sentences later. So, man, I don't know. Maybe. Okay. I should make today the last day that I went to school with Reina. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mom call my name, but I pretended not to hear her. It wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. The fight that had begun was mine and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. I wouldn't be killed, not when I still knew nothing. Okay. Higurashi when they cry. You have received new tips. Not feeling so hot. Okay. 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 Whew. That was okay. That wasn't too bad. That was like actually, I feel like I want to do one more chapter after that actually. Like I was going to do 2 chapters today, but you know what? Maybe we'll do 3. I'm feeling like this is like this is the setup. This is like, this chapter was a setup chapter mostly. What happened this chapter? Like, we just went to school, and then Reina and Reina and Mion were like totally normal, and they just kept asking about the mochi, I guess. So they were really insistent on us getting the message of like, okay, you know you're in trouble. Don't do anything rash. Like I think they understood that. But like, I don't know. I want to do what I want to end. Like, I want to end with on one more chapter. You know, I'm gonna you know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go on a break for like 2 minutes. I'm gonna do some stretches and get some water. I'll come back and then we'll do one more chapter, I think. Yep. Misogynist as fuck. Want to go past the 2 chapters when I wouldn't have missed anything during stream. Okay, well, like, you can just go back and watch the VOD, man. Whatever. Go back and watch, because, like, you know, I'll finish this bit, and then you'll have between now and next week, I don't know, next Monday or Tuesday probably is when I'll next stream this, to get back to it. And catch up on the last chapter, I guess, right? I don't know. Anyways, let's do one more chapter. Oh, let's do it. Rise and shine. This was the first time I'd ever woke with such clarity. We're setting up. We had a plan. We're setting up. We have a plan. We're gonna execute on the plan. Now, the plan is like, I'm gonna have a bat. I'm just gonna have like a weapon. I'm gonna have a weapon. That's the plan. We've got a plan. We know what we're doing. Things are happening. We're finally, rather than just, you know, what's the word? Rather than kind of conforming to our usual routine and being pushed around, we're finally taking the initiative and securing our safety. That's what we're doing. We're making moves. We're making moves now. Okay. It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. Oh, I hate that. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. I had made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. You're gonna walk out in public like Ness from Smash Brothers? No, I'm gonna walk out in public like as a normal person, but then I'm gonna go get a metal bat from the school and then just have it on me forever. Like, not like I'm Ness from Smash Brothers, but like the guy with the hair from Mob Psycho 100. That's like a terrible way to describe him. Tengen, I think. MP 100. Tenga Onigawara, yeah. Tenga. We're gonna go in like him. the guy with the pompadour. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I just unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it up with instant cocoa. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her slumber. My, Keiichi, you're up early. Is there some sort of school event? Not really. Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat. You're leaving already? What about lunch? If you don't wait a bit, If you don't wait a bit, I can't make it. If I waited for her to make my lunch, then it would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chances of me running into Reina and Mion on the way. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to go to school alone. I'll be fine for today. Then what will you do for lunch? I'll slip out and buy some bread or something at the store. Really? Then here's some lunch money. Be sure to bring me back the receipt. I took the 1,000 yen bill from Mom and slipped it into my pocket. It's pretty early. Is Reina-chan up this early as well? No, just me. Did you tell Reina-chan that you're leaving early? I have no reason to tell her every little detail, now do I? Finding it difficult answering the onslaught of questions, I made an annoyed face. Tell Reina that I went ahead when she comes. Hey, Keiichi, wait. It's not that I don't trust my parents, I just couldn't rely on them. He couldn't help me, I could only hope that they didn't get involved. It was safer that way. My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road to school alone. And then immediately Reina's like, she just, like, I get to the shed, the PE shed, and then I pick up the bat, and right as I reach for it, Reina's gonna be right behind me going like, hey, what you got there? What you up to? And then she'll have an axe, and then it's like an axe versus bat situation, and I'd be screwed. Up until now, I'd always walked down the same path at the same time each day. I always met with the same people at the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally, and nobody was at the places where I would have normally met them. Of course, Reina wasn't in the spot where we usually meet, where we usually met, and there wasn't anyone at the spot where we would have met up with me on. The length of the trees' shadows, the morning air, and the brightness of the sun, it was a completely different type of morning from what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamizawa had set up for me before it had enough time to prepare all of the props needed to deceive me. My, Keiichi-kun, you're so early today. Is everyone meeting early this morning? The person who called out to me was someone we always passed by as they were taking a walk along the edges of the fields. Their name was, I forgot. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually passed each other. I woke up early today, so I thought it would be a good change of pace. That's all. I threw out a random excuse. What about Reina-chan and Mion-chan? Are you by yourself today? Well, yeah. I was being asked the same type of questions my mom was asking. So I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Reina was each time I passed by someone. But maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together so amicably. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we could still be friends. Stop it, Keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Beep beep. A car horn blared out from nowhere. Even though I was walking, lost in thought, that horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. I'd seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. It felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder and the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. You're trying to kill me, man? That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. Reina was driving the van. That large mass was hurtling right at me. Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painfully cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, no, time itself had frozen. Tokyo Tomare! In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van, so close that I had no way to dodge it, and my body, the upper half, twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, this moment would unpause and I would probably be plowed over, caught in this silly pose. Bend my upper body over towards the paddy by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. Okay. Sorry, let me just pause for a bit. Let me pause the pause time for a bit. So, I had a thing where, like, I had a moment like this where I almost... Do I talk about this? Yeah, I could talk about this. Like, I almost died. Like, I almost died, like, a few years ago when I was, it'd been a while since I had, like, ridden on my bike. And then so I got on a bike, and it was not somewhere I usually biked. Or, like, I was usually around, too. So it was a different location from where I was usually situated. And I took a bike and went downhill thinking, you know, it's like riding a bike, you know. You learn it once and you learn it forever. Hello, Odara. Anyways, I thought, like, you know, yeah, it's been years since I rode a bike, but how bad could it be? I get on the bike, start going downhill, and I realize, oh fuck, I do not know how to ride this thing. And like as I'm going downhill, I realized that I was slowly losing control of the bike as I was on it and speeding downhill. And I realized that I was drifting left, so I was on the right side of the road where we were going down. But on the left side, there were other cars, and this was like a road with cars on it. On the left side, there were cars going the opposite way. They were going up the hill. And I was veering slowly and slowly towards the left end to the point where I felt like, oh shit, I'm going to hit whatever's coming. I see a huge truck, like, on the left, and I realized, like, And at that moment, I also had like a time. I had like a time stop. I also had like a Tokyo Tomare, and then in my head, I thought I will die if I continue going. If I continue on this path, I will die. And then in that split second, I made the decision instead to like just hard swerve all the way to the right and hit like a tree, like next to the road. There weren't any pedestrians around, thankfully, even though it was like it was a sidewalk. But I hard swerved to the right and then slammed myself into the tree. And like obviously I injured myself. Duh. And then I had like, you know, bruises and scratches all across my like legs and shit. But then like I was fine. I turned out fine. I turned out completely, relatively
Charis
speaking,
almost
harmless.
got ice guide.
Except for the fact that then afterwards when I tried to get on a bike again, like I had like, I think bike trauma and like my body, like my head, like consciously I was okay. But then when I got on the bike, my body just started involuntarily shaking like a few weeks later. And I thought, okay, yeah, I don't think I can ride a bike anymore, or at least for the near future. Something's going on. I don't know what it is. I think my body is like subconsciously freaking out. But yeah, so that was like the last time I rode a bike. This was like a few years ago. That was the last time I rode a bike. I've not been on a bike since. Anyway, I had the same like split second decision moment where I was like, I will die if I do not make this decision right now. You almost got isekai'd? Yeah, I guess. Did the bike brakes not work? I was going downhill, so if I broke or if I used the brakes, the past tense for brake isn't, because braking is like a verb. What's the past tense of braking? Is it broke? If I broke, if I had broken the bike at the time, if I had used the brakes, if I had stepped on the brakes at the time, then what would happen? Then I think I would have just flown. That forward momentum would have carried me down the hill and I would have like hit something. It was a steep hill. It was a relatively steep hill. So I decided, like, I think I'm just gonna swerve into that tree, and that's what I did. Was this before or after you finished school? Because it was extremely reckless. Well, one never finishes school. As they say. So before, I guess. I don't know. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. It was years ago. Anyways. Scenes giving me flashbacks. Cause have you played it before? Is that why? Just looked at the plans for class today and it's all stuff I already taught myself of studying. Go to class! Go away! Go to class. Get out of here. Go to your lessons. I think the neutral term has hit the brakes. I guess, yeah. I guess you hits one's brakes. One hits the brakes on their car. I'm in class, leave me alone. Okay, good. A side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air like a top, locked in my contorted position. Splash. Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy paddy by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched, but the choice I had made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was the closest I could be to being unscathed. Why do I not watch where the fuck I'm going? No, I haven't played this before. It's just I almost got hit by a bus on a highway, but it swerved and I heard everyone inside it scream. Oh shit. Well, thankfully you're here now in chat talking about it. Rising out from the paddy, I had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. I'm not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly. Wait, damn it, this is what they call a hit and run, wasn't it? I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. Fuck you! Where'd you learn to drive? The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wounds. I slogged through the muddy paddy and made my way back onto the road. This is a crime, goddammit. Shit, I'll track you down and sue you. If I go looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side, and it had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other one. It went past me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud rolling up within me. This wasn't just a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? No, I don't know. I see no reason to believe that. I see no reason to believe that. Dara says, last time I almost died was trying to cross a river by swimming in a Guarani community. It was fun. Well, I hope that was fun, and I guess it's good that you didn't die. Couldn't be me, but I hope that was worth it. Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right, as soon as I'd parted ways with that person taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. If it had wanted to pass me, then it had no shortage of chances. Normally, I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner, but I was lost in thought, and now I was kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. Ah, so I'm part of the whole... So the whole village kind of conspires against me. Maybe even my parents. No, probably not my parents. But they're all... Like, the reason why Irena walks me to school every day is to make sure that I don't... Is because they're making extra... They're making sure I don't encounter anything unusual, I guess. Because I'm always hanging out with them, and they're like the main eyes of the village, I guess. And now that I've broken out of their like loop, they're like, oh shit, mayday, mayday. Irena-chan's not here to keep an eye on him. Let's kill this guy. Let's beat him to death with hammers. It's funny when you debate yourself about whether to tell us things. I need to, because it's like, what if I tell you something that gives away too much information that I do not want you to have? I don't know. I gotta be careful, like our protagonist here, with what I say. It'd be funny if Raina was driving the van. We'll see. It will. That's what will happen, I think. And then when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided, and the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in, there was no doubt about it. That van was intentionally trying to hit me. A cold, vicious sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi, but also don't be so naive, Keiichi. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to always be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy was really out to kill me, then next time they would use a more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like I was now, being covered in mud, was the price I'd paid for my own naivete. Covered in mud, but without injury. Not even a sprain. I guess this is what you would call the silver lining. I began walking again, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I had suspected only Reina and the others up until now. No, it was because I had suspected them that I had believed that there were no other enemies. Oishi-san had said so, didn't he? There was the possibility that all the families of the village were involved. Was I really mired so deeply in the situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be safest just to hold myself up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying of a thought. I recalled the tales Oishi-san told me of when Hinamizawa was still called Onigafuchi. A frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemy were numerous, all the village families. The villagers with their unwavering faith in the curse would do nothing to help me. The strong, sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of man, I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro-sama's curse. And when I suspected it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, someone would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? They're all enemies. The whole village is out to get me. No, what I really, truly wanted to know was how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye painted on my back? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because until then, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight, and will keep me alive. Tatakae. I remembered seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently. But all I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing that I could bring into the classroom easily. Then I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. If it was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't be a problem. I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early. Nobody else was here yet. I wondered, what could I find in the classroom? I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat, but it couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivete whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school, but such soft ideas would no longer protect me. To think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought, but I believe that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I will survive. So long as I live, then I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected. There was no way there'd be anything that could be a weapon in the classroom. In case of emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to store her pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in the class, all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there was supposed to be still a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later. But first I needed a weapon. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening the lockers one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella? If I couldn't find anything better, then this would have to be my weapon. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that held exactly what I wanted. An axe. Oh, it was without a doubt a metal bat. It was well worn and pretty beaten up, but there was no doubt it was usable. In that locker that reeked of mold, there was also hung a baseball uniform. It was probably the locker of a student in a pee-wee league or something like that. If that was the case, then he'd probably ask for it back. At that time, I could hear the voices of the children scuffling their way noisily in from the hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko. Good morning. Ohayo. My, you're quite early this morning, Keiichi-san. I nonchalantly hid the bat I was holding behind my back. What is with your outfit? You're covered in mud. Yeah, I had a little incident. I'm gonna change now, so cut me some slack. With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Satoko began to blush just as I expected her to. Changing in front of a lady? Have you no tact at all? I would think that a lady staring at someone who was changing would be the one lacking in tact. There's no changing room for the boys, so just deal with it. As Satoko feigned disgust, she went into the hall, still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change. If Rika-chan is a lady as well, then I don't think it would be appropriate for you to be watching. I'm not a lady, so it's fine. She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes. And starting now, you're a lady. If I'm a lady, then I suppose I must. Rika-chan, appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me. I'm actually a demon. I'm actually the ghost that kidnaps people. Are you gonna start playing baseball? I guess. It seems that Ika-chan had noticed the bat. Yeah, just, I was feeling a bit out of shape, so I thought I'd just try practicing my swing. I think it's wonderful you're taking care of your health. She was talking like an old lady despite her appearance. After saying that, Ika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more. Please don't lose that bat. Is that her bat? It seems she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. I don't know whose bat it was, but I would be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long, just until the gym storage shed was opened. After quickly changing into the tracksuit, I checked the time. I still had plenty of time before class began because I came so early. I took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. I needed to make it known I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I just suddenly started swinging. I should at least start out with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary, which was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. Me and a friend just saw some people on the other side of the river, and Eric and I just went, let's swim over there. That day... You almost died from the river? Odara? Oh my god. Don't do that. Don't just go through a river. Imagine being hate crimed by a river called Faux St. Francis River of the South. Don't get hate crimed. Don't die from dumb decision making, okay? Thank you. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this as a weapon would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least that's what I hoped. You're not going to deter, like, a car running towards you. Huh? Kei-chan, what are you doing? Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped. Whoa, Keiichi-kun, are you on the baseball team? The baseball team? It was Reina and Mion. I was surprised to hear you went off ahead. What are you doing, Kei-chan? Can't you tell by looking? I'm practicing my swing for the championship. You can say it's part of my diet if you want. Diet? Kei-chan, are you really that fat? Bet you didn't know, I actually have a beer belly. It's plump and jiggles. Plump and jiggles? Reina, you don't have to imagine something weird like that. To disrupt Reina from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily. Well then, hope you make it to regionals at least. This old man will cheer you on. Regionally speaking, it seems that Oshima High is pretty strong. They say their southpaw, Kameda-kun, is amazing. Good luck. Seems they've made me out of some kind of local prodigy, but oh well. Well, if I really did make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. How the hell do they know all that about baseball anyways? Aren't they like high schoolers? Whatever. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. I'd pitch the ball, then run past that ball I just threw and change over to being the catcher in a burst of super incredible explosive speed. I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground. Damn it. What am I laughing at? I pounded the ground over and over. With each impact, the reverberation traveled through the bat.
I'm fine, I think, mate. My friend who tried to swim with me is fine. She is a history teacher now. That was a few years ago. I just got rescued by a Paraguayan friend of mine.
Okay, well, don't drown yourself. Please, thank you. You should yell PK Fire or voice lines from Smash. PK Fire! If they make me smile like that, yeah. Don't allow anyone close to me.
Rivers
Don't trust
do have
anyone.
a habit of not being friendly.
No matter how many times I tell myself that if they made me smile like that, I'll... I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends, but I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? Like how Reina confessed to the doctor? Were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? I mean, there's one quick way to find out, right? Just ask them what they were talking about while I was asleep. That's if I do that, I guarantee you they're gonna go back into demon mode, and we'll have a fight on our hands. So we'll be good. Or like bring up the damn murders or something, you know? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist, and was it possessing everyone to try to kill me? No, I don't think so. Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along, and everything was all just Oyashiro-sama's fault. You damned fool, Keiichi Maibara, come on now. I yelled out, drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach, and raised the bat violently into the air. Stop being so soft. As I screamed out with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. But, like, it's also weird. I'm scaring the kids. Smash. Forget. Smash. Don't be soft. Smash. Is this the same sound effect as the one in the intro? It's not, right? Know your enemy. Yeah, that one's like bloodier. It's not the same sound effect. Like hell I'd let them kill me. This is where we play You Say Run from My Hero Academia. Do 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 do, like while we're doing the Detroit Smash or something. My shoulder is heaving up and down from my ragged breathing. I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. I gasped with a sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drained from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but it didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say it felt especially comfortable, but I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school part of my daily life had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me. Keiichi-kun, come on, it's club time, club time. The sound of Reina's voice brought me back to my senses. Come on, Kei-chan, stop spacing out. Bring your desk. Everyone was moving their desks together as usual. That's right, it was happy fun club time. But I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say, I'll be going home now. What's this, Kei-chan? You planning on going home right away again? Mion sounded quite disappointed. I'm just not in the mood. Could you just let me be for a while? The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth matched Mion's disapproving glare. It felt like the air in the room had dried out. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean that I could leave if I wanted. The collective gaze of the four of them, like the tiny pins used to mount an insect in a display, held me in place. Reina was the one who cut through the heavy mood. Keiichi-kun, you just didn't like playing with girls, I guess. Damn, they figured me out. She said it in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted it to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore at my chest, violently tearing at the pins that held me in place. It's not it at all. I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words.
She can sense the misogyny in your heart.
So read that. Shut up. Why would you read that, Parrot? That's not true. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. I just think hanging around with the club is fine, but like we need to be on our guard is all. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat, realizing that I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of scars. Even while walking, my ears pricked up and sought out threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in, and that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person. But I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like that car this morning until we were in a good location to assault me? Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooded path, crowded with trees, responded with silence as if there was nobody there to begin with. Okay. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well, meaning the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was without question proof that I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for that presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. Sorry, the Higurashi when they cry, Chapter 1 Onikakushi, also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. Had 5 minutes passed, or had I been like this for a whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. Then I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. I raised it up to my shoulder to be ready to swing it at any time. Hey! I know you're there! With all my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees. But the presence in the shade didn't budge. Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves. I know already, I know you're there! I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still, they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself. With all due vigilance, I approached, step by step. Stepping into the tree's shadow, I saw a human figure there. That figure was curled up like a small animal. Reina! When she realized I had found her, her expression softened. Oh, I was just worried. I was just worried about you. Oh, I thought you didn't like me and I was following you. I wasn't trying to kill you at all and gather intel for our cult. Dude, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it for a second. I'm going to beat her to death with this bat right now. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word. Did you have some business with me? I wouldn't accept that silence and screamed the question at her. Not really, it's just, Reina was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes, but it was obvious that she had been following me. What about the club? Since you're not, I'm not. That shouldn't matter, don't mind me and just play. But I'm just worried about you. Thinking about how I'd been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could have been perceived as strange. So Reina was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem, but I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if that was really the case, she still wouldn't have to do something like that to try to tail me. You should have called out to me when I was leaving and gone out right with me. But Reina didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then after she realized I noticed she was there, she held her breath as she tried hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but without a doubt she was tailing me. Stop following me. How? Still glaring at Reina, I continued walking onwards. After I'd walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once more. I told you not to follow me. Eek, but my house is in the same direction. Then walk ahead of me. I'll start walking once I can't see you anymore. I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently. Sorry, you might be hearing the fact that I'm, like, my throat's beginning to give in. Beginning to give in. I'm a little sick, as you may have gathered from the past, like, month of me saying that. I'm gonna finish the chapter and then go to bed. All right. I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward. I'd like to go home together with you. Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Also, explain. What were you talking about, huh? All the way back then. Show your demon side right now so I can justify, like, swinging my bat, okay? Tell me what you were talking about when, in hushed tones, when I was asleep. All those weeks ago about something about the festival, you know? It was something about that. Now you're just blurting out random lies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Gomenasai. It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Reina had understood what I was feeling inside. If you get it, then go. I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. Reina looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again. Go on then, hurry. I'm going. So please stop with the bat. It's scary. Reina guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for her. Go. There's no problem now, is there? There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly so as to not set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all. Hey, don't stop. Then a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. She's coming in, and it's a fight. She's coming in, it's a fight now. It's demon mode. We've seen the demon within. We're gonna unleash the fuck. What's the? I'm trying to be a weeb right now. What's the demon slayer breath? The Hime Guri Kagura. What is that? Flame breathing technique, Japanese.
Fire breath no jutsu.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yep. Something Kagura, whatever. The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Reina didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me? No, she hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside of me immediately warned me of impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed. When you guys start throwing blows, play the MGR soundtrack to cut into the horror. Good idea. I would say if it didn't copy strike me, but it would, so like I'm not doing that, unfortunately. Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete. Like Reina and I were locked into this space. So it's like, the thing is, like, if I break the habits, or like the tradition, or like the set, like the way it's supposed to, then someone's in trouble. And I think Reina will die if she like disobeys the current structure of the world, I think. I don't know. Reina didn't move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Reina was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. Uh-oh. I felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Reina into that other person who looks like Reina. But the voice was one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice. Well, excuse me, but, can I ask you something? Too shy to even turn around, Reina squeezed her voice out desperately. She's going to, like, kill me. As she trembled. What? Well... Are you ready to die? Well, why do you have a bat, I wonder? The question Reina asked was by no means unexpected. I can carry whatever I want. But you didn't have one up until today. Why so suddenly? It's alright if I decide to do something suddenly, isn't it? Is it strange that I have a bat? Because, Keiichi, you're not the kind of person to play baseball. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's not me. That's not really me. It's not really me. It's weird. I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of answering her. I just suddenly got the urge to play baseball. That's so weird. It's weird, she answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly. I just suddenly wanted to play baseball, and I wanted to practice my swing, so I'm carrying around a bat. What's so strange about that? Strange. Weird. Definitely. Why is Keiichi-kun also... Your ramblings are annoying me. Is it that strange for me to have an interest in sports? I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Until my suspicions about Reina were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions. I'm inviting disaster, but like I think that's... At least it's on my terms. I'm sorry. Don't get so angry. Reina still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after the next. Just one last thing. Tell me one last thing. Did you enjoy the taste of nail? I don't feel like talking anymore. Hurry up and go. I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Reina asked her final question. Why is that bat the same too? Why are you playing the weird music? What's going on? What does that mean? Why is that bat the same too? The same as what? This is Satoshi's bat. What does she mean by the bat was the same? This is the guy. This is the guy who died. This is the bat. This belonged to the guy who died. I had no idea what she was talking about. What are you saying? I mean, why is even the bat the same? I don't understand what you mean at all. Say it clearly. I know what she's saying. Even still, Reina didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed. I mean, why is even the bat the same as Satoshi-kun's? So here's like, yeah, so I think this is kind of building into the theory I have for this bit towards the end, because we're on the last 3 chapters, right? We should have a pretty good idea of how the story has progressed and how it will conclude, and you know the way it's gonna work. But I think like Reina, and that's what makes like the Reina bit like tragic, is like she's like the first one to turn, so to speak, like to become creepy and scary and stuff in this horror game, and her creepy bits are terrifying, right? But I think what it's supposed to make the ending, which is foreshadowed by the beginning like bit, right? What makes the ending like bittersweet is the fact that she ultimately is a victim in all this as well. I think the idea is she doesn't want this, but she's wrapped in it because I don't know, for some reason she's possessed or something. I don't know why. I haven't figured out why, but she doesn't want it to be this way, standing here and realizing. I'm sorry. I can't. Now I'm just singing the song in my head. Standing here, she realized that I was just like her, trying to make history. I give you one swing of this bat to kill me. If you can't do it, I will break your arms, uwu. Satoshi being... Huh? Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi, they should mean the student who transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Reina had tried to cover it up by saying he was transferred, but Oishi-san told me clearly that he was missing. He was the student who sat at my seat up until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Oyashiro-sama's curse. Well, I'm an even bigger curse now. I'm an even bigger curse. Oyashiro-sama should fear me because I have come back. I am Satoshi-kun, and I have come back for my revenge. I would say that, maybe. I don't know. I wouldn't. I don't think I would, but like, if I would like to. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of the Watanagashi by a drug addict, and not long after that, he suddenly vanished and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were what? My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be? Satoshi Hojo. I mean, that's not that creepy. I don't know. It's just sort of, at this point, I expected it. It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. I see, so this was Satoshi's bat. Oh. This was Satoshi's bat. Since nobody was using it, I borrowed it. That's not a problem, is it? That's not it. The way Reina said that made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there perplexed and unable to respond. Reina continued speaking without waiting for a reply. Why is it that you're doing the exact same thing Satoshi-kun did when it happened to him? Bruh. No. 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 That's why I'm like, we need to just forget all this. Call the cops. Get out of here right now. That's what we need to do. Reina was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi. It was the same with Satoshi-kun. He joined a baseball team, but he didn't really like baseball. What does that have to do with me? Satoshi-kun also suddenly started walking around with a bat one day. He joined a team, but he wasn't the type to play sports. What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Reina is trying to tell us something important. Satoshi-kun also one day came to school all by himself all of a sudden. Just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day he suddenly started practicing his swing. Just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day he suddenly began carrying the bat around with him. Just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day he suddenly what? Reina had swallowed her words. Reina's sudden silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until just now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I'd never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation after all the planning I had done. But they have been the exact same as Satoshi's? Then Satoshi, no, more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility then what happened after would be the same. And that's why I gotta beat the demon to the punch by mercilessly slaughtering my, childhood crush, I guess, or the equivalent. Reina, that day, what happened to Satoshi? Reina knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to a guy in the past. Reina knew what was going to happen to me. Answer me, Reina! Satoshi, what happened to him? With that, I grabbed Reina's shoulders violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. And then her face was like a demon face. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body. There are bugs crawling out and she's got like a demon face right now. Yep, there you go. Fuck you, man. I told you, Keiichi-kun. It was that person that I didn't know. At least it definitely wasn't the Reina Ryugu I'd been talking to up until now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze that pierced like a cold needle, the smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. I'm gonna beat her up with a bat. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rime. Both of Reina's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away, as if to remind me of the fear from that time before Reina brought her face too close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper, like the curve of a crescent moon. She grinned. I told you, Keiichi-kun. After a short pause, Reina repeated the same words again. Satoshi-kun, you see, transferred out. Why is it in, like, scare quotes? Why would you put the scary thing in scare quotes, man? Transferred meaning what? What Reina meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I'd just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It would seem that Reina saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2 or 3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Reina and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand, but I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. It was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand, but right now it was useless to me. I was like a fly caught in her web. Why? We could just beat her up. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin. But you won't, will you, Keiichi-kun? Reina finally released me from the cage of time after what felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on. Do what? What did she not want me to do? Transfer. Okay. Yep. It's go time. It's go time. It's life or death, and it's not death. Higurashi when they cry. I got an achievement, but that's not the end of the chapter. They usually give me the achievements at the end of the chapter. I got the achievement that was like, pick up the same bat as Satoshi. Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation as I was now? The friends he had gone along with had changed suddenly, and for no reason, at least none that I had noticed. Planned to kill him? Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing, and then one day, suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards, from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at wherever he transferred to? Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? It transferred to a different dimension? Like the afterlife? What does she mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my fur seal keychain. I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. Someone had entered right behind me. What? Like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You're kidding, right? What the hell? What? Yeah, it had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide the presence within my personal space all the way through the door. But there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, Keiichi. How do you know they're there even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason I'd hear that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Keiichi Maibara, there's no way you could hear that. It was mostly instinct than anything else that was warning me of that presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. Why do you not look around when you walk? Like, even especially when I'm deep in thought, actually. I was gonna say not just when I'm like this. Like I will look around all the time in paranoia, like all the time, for no reason. Okay, maybe that's weird. I don't know. He was transferred to the college in the Jade Palace. He is now taking classes with Lao Tzu. It was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. I'm going to look around. I'm going to swing my bat around and go, "Oi." And then I don't know what else I would say. What's like a Japanese delinquent thing? Nani shittanderu. I don't know what the hell I would be saying. I don't know what the weeb thing to do here is. Like, please help me out. I'm trying to be as much of like an annoying anime fan as possible to like really immerse myself in the early like 2000s, which is when this came out, and I'm struggling. I'm sorry. I barely notice anything when I'm thinking. I'm not usually thinking. That's same for me. So that's why I don't think outside. I think like inside when I'm safe. I usually start thinking and blanking out when I know I don't need to pay attention. But like when I'm walking home, for example, I'm paying extra attention. Not for like ghosts, but like, you know, I'm walking back home. I want to make sure that, you know, no car swerves out of the way and hits me. Or no one's, you know...
A 2000s weeb would probably go kya in a deep voice.
Kya in a deep voice. Kya. That was the furthest I could go, I think. Okay, let's come back to it. But at the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Look backwards! Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? If there was nobody there when you turn around, would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me. Look behind you! I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. Okay, then swing your bat behind you first. Alright, I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just so long as I didn't have to turn around. If I'd calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that that wouldn't have solved anything. Who is it? I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. Oh, at that time I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. I was a girl. A young girl. I hate those. I hate them. What's scarier, thinking there's someone behind you or looking behind you and seeing someone? What's scarier? I don't know. They're both the latter probably, but the former is like what they're kind of they take place in different times. There's a scare from like the uncertainty, the anxiety, the like I don't know what's going to happen, and the scare of like, oh shit, my fears have been sort of partly realized and I still don't know what will happen, but it's like parts of it have been confirmed, because it's like fear really is the unknown, right? Right now the fear is I don't know if there's someone behind me, but if I turned around and there was someone behind me, then the unknown goes from I don't know if there's someone behind me to who is behind me, or and until I figure out who it is, or when I figure out who it is, the question then becomes, what do they want and why are they there in such a strange, uncharacteristic nature? And if you can answer all of those questions, then it's not scary anymore. But what makes it scary is like you're being slowly drip fed information through the way they tell the story, so that at every twist you feel as though you're getting closer to the truth. You feel like you know more, but the author is just writing more into it so that the scare kind of stays at that pace that's being like controlled right now. Like I'm being brought down this path, this like emotional journey by the author intentionally. And all I'm saying is it's not real. It's made up. None of this is real, actually. It's all just not true. And if it were a girl, I could probably beat her up with a bat. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to this current predicament: a scream. I'm screaming in lowercase because someone asked me to do that like 2 hours ago. Oh, I don't know if they're still here or not. Sorry, that wasn't what I was trying to do. All the force of my body released from my lungs and through my throat, ceasing all thought processes in my head. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there, right there. Somebody was there, until the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision. They were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. It couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they were there, but they were actually still standing there. As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand, as if drawn there by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remembered reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. Ah! I brandished my will to fight. The after-image of that amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. I hit my mom straight in the head and then killed her. The bat slammed into the right wall, the tip rebounding violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Those two swings whiffed through empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard it was embedded in and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. My screams shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. Are you appreciating these lowercase screams, Lynn? Hope you are. I'm not also doing them, totally not also doing them, because my neighbors will kill me if I screamed at this hour of the day. At like full volume. Crack! Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with certainly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity has certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat. The invisible enemy, there but not there, dispersed. When I was certain that the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and latched the chain. Look, I'm just saying my mom and dad should come back, see the broken cupboard, meet with a metal bat, and determine that I'm insane or need help. And, like, decide to put me in a mental hospital, maybe. I don't know. I was going to say bring me out of this country, but they might not do that. I said lowercase, not low quality. Alright, I'll try better. I'll try harder next time. I'll try for a better scream. No way. Had it only feigned retreat and was now inside my house? Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence. But it was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. At that moment, the tension drained from my body and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All of the emotions I'd been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest, exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house was locked. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state. But I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Compose yourself. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, and without a doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I had just one piece. When I asked who is it, they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I'd been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Oyashiro-sama's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. I mean, this part could very well be, like, me being paranoid. This could be paranoia. Like, these are not mutually exclusive things. It could also... The town could be haunted, and there could also be a conspiracy. And, in addition to that, I'm paranoid. If it was perpetrated by humans, that would mean admitting that it was Reina and the rest of them doing it, but it would be solvable. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. Yes, please do. But if it was a manifestation of Oyashiro-sama's curse, I wondered what would happen. Oishi-san very clearly declared that curses didn't exist. At that time, those words were pretty dependable, but as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi-san that this was the work of Oyashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse or not, there was no merit to doing that. I'd better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still the ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed, and I was just going berserk in the entryway. Sure, but you should write down...
With what time this weekend?
You should also... Sorry, don't interrupt me, Brad. You should also write down... What should you write down? Reina Ryugu has started behaving strangely and is weird. I don't know. Yeah, just write down their full names. Write down the names of the 4 friends I've got. And, like, Satoshi. Right? And go, like, they are sus. They are... They tried to threaten me with a nail. Among other things. How wonderful would that be if that were really what happened? I would be able to refute Oyashiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Oyashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Reina and the rest were the perpetrators. They are, man. Stop juggling it. I know they are. If I said that Reina and the rest weren't the perpetrators, then that would mean believing in Oyashiro-sama's curse. By denying both of those, I'd be admitting that I myself was losing it. The 3 options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what has actually happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful it would be if it turned out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist and I would still be the bestest buddies with Reina and the rest. Sorry, I sneezed. I just had to blow my nose. I think Oyashiro-sama's getting to be like physically in real life. I'm really cold now. And sniffly. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna use some water. But on top of that, I also would not want to be best as buddies with Reina and the rest, so I'm happy losing that. That's fine. I would have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing. The phone rang noisily downstairs. It's the detective, and I now have a choice to tell him everything or nothing. And I'm going to choose the stupid decision of telling him nothing. Generally, there were no calls from me, so I never really answered the phone much, but since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs. Hello, this is the Maibara residence. Keiichi, this is Mom. Oh. Uh-oh. I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things. No, that's not why. So I took the initiative. What? I don't mind having instant noodles for dinner. There's still a lot of them. The other day, we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. Oh, I love those. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds actually, but they refused since the individual packs were expensive. So instead, I got a whole case of the mega-sized pork bone and ginger flavored ones I liked. Ooh. But my parents didn't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards were still full of them. So you see, there really isn't a need to go shopping, right? Keiichi, I'm not asking you to go shopping. Both Mommy and Daddy have to go to Tokyo right now because of work. You're gonna leave me here? No, bring me with you to Tokyo, please. Oh, right now? This is really abrupt. No, we're already here. We left this afternoon. It's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Gunning at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Okay, then why the hell didn't they call this afternoon? Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. It would have taken longer. I'm thinking you might understand since you heard us speaking last night, but it has to do with Daddy's contract. Right now, things aren't going so smoothly. Now that she mentioned it, I did remember that they talked all that time about how his job prospects weren't looking so good. Daddy's really sensitive about things like this, so if we leave things as they are, it will affect his work. Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality, his emotions changed as easily as the fall sky. You could also just say he couldn't take criticism. Fuck you, whoever said don't look behind you. That was you, let me die. Screw you. But something like that can be done over the phone. Keiichi, this is your father's job, so can you support him a bit, please? Anyways, it's just faster to talk about it in person, so there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. As their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work. So we'll be back tomorrow night. Keiichi, will you be fine on your own? No, they're gonna kill me. I'm gonna tell her right now, Mom, my clock is broken. Can you, like, when you come back, can you fix it, please? Thank you. And then write down all my shit on my, like, clock. It's not like I'll die or anything. Keiichi, you shouldn't speak so lightly of dying. If there is something troubling you, just talk to us. I believe Mommy will be able to help out. Yesterday, I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. Charis, I'm in your walls? Why doesn't that surprise me? But I didn't plan on dying. At least not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it. That's like every time he does the I would never allow it. I would never die. I'm going to solve this case. I hear that every time. Every time he says that. I won't die. I won't. I'll survive even if I have to gnaw my leg off. Why would you say that? No, I'm not gnawing my leg off. I'm gnawing somebody else's leg off. Yeah, see you then. Tomorrow morning, make sure to wake up and eat your breakfast. Oh, that's Mom. Oh, shit. And don't forget to take a bath and brush your teeth. Yeah, see you. This is the last we will hear of our parents, I think. The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings, but Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. The times they did go were normally planned out in advance. It never happened this suddenly. I couldn't say that those circumstances didn't feel strange, or rather, unnatural. Anyway, I only needed to recognize the reality of the situation. That tonight, I was the only one in the house. That when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone, missing, vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light on in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone and this was their chance. First I ran to the living room, flicked on the lights, and turned the TV on to a reassuring volume. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. With this from the outside, it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I needed to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly and erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. It should be fine now. Ah, the garage. They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to Okinomiya Station. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was not good. I panicked and rushed out the back to close the normally open garage door. It should be fine now. Ah, I needed to get the paper. Mom always got the paper. Since they left in the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. And that's when I hear Reina-chan. No, my premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this for sure, this time, it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that from my little freak out was kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell and the bat I was holding smashed into it. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. I remember there was a broom and dustpan in the closet. As I was going to get them, the phone rang once again. Hello, this is the Maibara residence. Oh, is this Cage-kun? Is your mother around? Oh, she isn't here at the moment. You idiot, Keiichi Maibara. Don't reveal that your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it. I think she'll be back soon. That wasn't a good response either. Now they might say they'll call again or to tell her to call them when she gets back. Then that's fine. It wasn't anything important. Well then, sorry for the bother. Boop. The scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. Who called? Who did that? And why did I answer? And they were like, oh, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Hey, is anyone else at home with you right now? Not yet. Oh, cool. Okay, don't worry about it. Beep. That call was fortunate in more ways than one. I'd have to deal with more telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. It was poor indeed, because this is going to come back to bite us. That phone call is going to come back to bite us. I needed to make up a good story to explain that my parents were home, but couldn't answer the phone at the time. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were in the shower. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was that going to be safe enough? I was thinking about it on the way back to my room when the phone rang once again. Stop ringing the phone! I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die! It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They'd suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook, under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver. Hello. I stopped announcing this was the Maibara residence. I'd had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted. Hello, my apologies for calling so late. This is Oishi from the Okinomiya bookstore. Okay, we are gonna be given the option to tell him everything or nothing, and I think what is gonna end up happening is Maibara is gonna choose not to say anything, and it's gonna piss me off. Because that's unlike what I would do at all. Oishi-san. Is that you, Maibara-san? Good evening. Good to hear you're doing well. Wait just a moment, please. I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. It was the same no matter where I was since there was no one else home, but I wanted to be in a spot that just felt a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san. Sorry for the wait. How are things? Anything changed since then? Since then? When was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. The last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital, and we headed into town for lunch and had a talk. Then after that, Reina and Mion came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well. Hello? Can you hear me, Maibara-san? Huh? Oh, sorry. What did you say? I asked if anything's changed since last time. That wasn't an answer, so I got a bit worried. Not really. The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened. All of it baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night, when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all. Well, Oishi-san, it seems that someone is after me. Really? It could all just be a coincidence, but that day I missed school and I was sick. The two of them came to check up on me. Oh shit, we're telling him the truth. That's crazy. That's what I would do. Which two? Reina and Mion. They started asking about how I had lunch with you. What next? They left me some mochi when they came to visit, but there was a needle inside. Fortunately, I somehow didn't swallow it. I wondered, could that have just been a threat? About the needle. It was just one of those common sewing needles you see all the time. There was a hole to thread string through. Not that, Maibara-san. The needle itself. That's evidence. It could be used as proof that they threatened you. I know! And that's why my first instinct was like, we need to put this in a baggie somewhere. Oh. Where's that needle? That's right. That's it. I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I'd overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. I was saying that all along. I had certainly thrown the mochi and the needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it would be on the living room wall. But my prudent mother had cleaned that living room wall, and there was not a trace of mochi left on it. Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and desks, pulling up the carpet, then flapping it around. But I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed into the kitchen, opened up the lid of the pail, and poured out the contents. But even at a glance, I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find the needle in this pile of trash. It'd be like finding a needle in a haystack, wouldn't it? Whoa. Also, Mom would have no reason to believe that, anything sus was going on with the needle. It could have just been a sewing needle. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. Oh, brother. You wouldn't. You'll appreciate it when you're like 60 years old. I know, I'll try running my hand through it. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'd be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oishi-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. Why can't we call her, actually? Why can't we call her and go, hey, Mom, just a quick question. Did you find a needle, by the way? No. Or, like, yes, right? Like, she would say one of the following. And she'd go, like, oh, but why do you ask? And I would just say, oh, nothing. I was just, like, I just saw it lying around. So I was just, like, I was going to dispose of it, but then I left it around. So it was my bad. Sorry. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words with a red pen. I then dashed back up the stairs where I had been keeping Oishi-san waiting for far too long. Hello? How did it go? I couldn't find it. I was really overwhelmed back then, and I see. It would be great if you could find it. Keep it safe. That's right, the needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning with a hit and run. Also, Oishi-san, that isn't all. Actually, this morning, that van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the circumstances at the time. Did you see the license plate? I can search for it from here. Damn. I just flipped out yelling at him back then, but I didn't look at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number? What the first thing I do is I look at the license plate. Or like I try to glance into the window. If someone's, not just if they like try to hit me, but like if they're driving poorly on the road, like what I will do is I will just like glance over and like try to see if try to spot them through the window. And if I can't do that, I'll like I just like look. I just read the license plate. I don't commit it to memory, but I just read it. I've made it a habit, I think. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number? That's what I'm saying, man. Protagonist skill issue. I was so focused just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was. I'm sorry, I didn't know much more than that it was a white van. Nothing to fret about, Maibara-san. Anyone would be shaken up after being hit. I guess all of this really isn't a coincidence, is it? ... Oishi-san started to hem and haw over on the other end. I could imagine him folding his arms. Also, Reina is acting strange. How so? Her voice changes and she like, What Reina said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say it with confidence that Reina knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than him
Me
just
when I read
disappearing.
anything.
Reina knows. She knows something regarding what happened to Satoshi, the kid who was demoned away last year. What would that be exactly? Reina said I was the same as Satoshi. She said something to the effect that the way things are going, I'll end up with the same fate as Satoshi. Fate, you say? Exactly what kind of fate did she say would befall you? Transferring out, she said. Transferring out? Reina said Satoshi transferred out. So given how things are going with me, I'll transfer out too. Oishi-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly. Maebara-san, that was probably some sort of threat, or maybe some type of warning. Well, yeah, duh, thanks. Thanks for that, Master Detective. Oh my god, what do I have? What do I hire you for? Oh. What do I pay you for? I don't pay you at all, but like, okay. Okay. Alright. At that point, I started to think, would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Reina and the others, I was left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only other explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Oishi-san. Except, Reina's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. I don't know about that. Whether it was Oyashiro-sama's curse being real or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all the villagers, I think that's a lot more likely, the conspiracy. Reina was involved. Reina had to know something. Reina was suspicious. What exactly was Reina? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with a prior string of mysterious deaths. I seemed to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Reina's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little, meaning he had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Reina. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Reina was somebody I should suspect. No, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight I was alone in this huge house, even though I said I couldn't count on them. I had lost the security I felt I had just by my parents being around. What kind of needle? A drug needle? A needle for sewing clothes? It's a sewing needle. It's a sewing needle, Odara. Remembering a whole license plate is hard after all day. It looks like a capture in my mind palace. Maybe, but it also almost ran you over. I feel like you would kind of remember that, right? I don't know. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There were no other residences close to the Maebara residence. Dude, they're gonna like knock on my window, my like second floor window. Okay, that's gonna be the way the chapter ends. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I'd never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did right now. Okay. 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 I wondered if I would still be here by tomorrow morning, so I had to ask right now because I had no idea when the next chance would come. Oishi-san, I have something I wanted to ask about. Please don't keep anything from me. There's a doorbell that's ringing. My doorbell is fucking ringing. Sure, ask away. Even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask about Reina, about what had happened at her previous school. Actually, regarding Reina's... Dude, I can't. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die, man. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. They're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me. They're gonna kidnap me and feed me to, like, a demon or a crow. I noticed the sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I realized it was the doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery, and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put in making it look like my parents were home. I needed to answer the door. Hello, Maebara-san? Oh, sorry, someone seems to be at the door. I'm going to go see who it is. I guess? I see. My apologies. Should we end this phone call now? That would be a problem. No, I'll be back in a second. Do you mind if I just leave the phone on? It's fine, I don't mind. I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. I needed to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Oishi-san did. I have a hunch that it's actually Reina who's like, "What did you tell the detective? Tell me now." That's my hunch. In which case, it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'll just say mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. I'm gonna die. Why would they keep ringing the door like that? That's so rude. You ring it like twice, and then you knock maybe once or twice, and then you wait, and then you call the residents. That's what you do. Like, the constant ringing is definitely suspicious. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake my mom up if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside. Somewhere deep inside. I'd always missed you. I'd prepared for this moment. I tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with, one of my mom's friends. Hello, Reina. Good evening. Reina. There shouldn't be any reason for Reina to come over at this hour, which is precisely why she's here. It just makes perfect sense. The timing also made me feel uneasy, because it was just as I was about to ask Oishi-san about Reina. Maybe I could just ask her instead. Why don't I should just ask her? You know what we should do? We should just I should just ask her. I should hold my bat right now, have it by the ready and go like, "Hey, Reina, so what happened at your old school? You know, before you transferred here? I heard there was an incident and you had to go to like a therapist or like a psychiatrist. What happened? You know, are do you happen to recall any incidents pertaining to class maybe, windows, anything of the sort? No. We should just ask her directly. What could possibly go wrong? The worst here's okay. Ironically, what's the worst thing that happens? The worst thing that happens is like she shows her true colors and evolves into like a demon, and then my supernatural suspicions are confirmed. Or she takes offense to that and then calls like all of the villagers and they like gang up on me and burn my house down. To which and then I'll die, but at least like the detective will know because the detective will like hear this thing going on, right? This whole thing going on. He'll hear this. And then or she'll just brush it off as like, I don't know, and then like she'll be sus, but she'll just brush off the question and then continue on. So it's like it wouldn't exacerbate the situation. It wouldn't make the situation worse. I don't know. She stabs you. My door is locked and my chain's on the door right now, and I've only cracked open a little bit. I've only cracked it open a little bit. She can accuse you of being a witch. Why would she do that? She wouldn't do that. I wish I could have chalked this up to mere coincidence, but those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me. There's nothing this old man doesn't know. What old man? Like Oyashiro? Are you alone, Reina? Yeah. It seems that Mion wasn't with her, but that didn't change the situation at all. Nope. Why did you come here? Hey, Kichikun, I'd like you to open the door so we can talk. I wouldn't, so fuck you, I'm closing the door. Can I come inside, I wonder? No. It was true that speaking through a chained door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate. But at my house, the chain has to be on at night. Don't worry about it. Then it can't be helped, I guess. Rena pouted rather sadly. But she kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Reina enough to remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Reina. Since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway. Have you eaten yet, Keiichi-kun? No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I lay down when I got home. I was woken up by the phone and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all that time talking. I was going to have cup noodles in any case. I could just eat one whenever I wanted to. No, not yet. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? You're stupid, man. Just say yes. Or just say like, no, but I was just gonna eat cup noodles and I already had them open, so, you know, sorry. What about it? Then good. Look here. I brought a bunch of dishes. Reina held out a stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. If I could use your kitchen, I can heat up the miso soup and other stuff. It's fine, you don't need to do that. But there's a lot of tofu and vegetables in it. Does Keiichi-kun not like that type of stuff, I wonder? No, it's just that it would probably be poisoned and I would die. Like, I would die. Or there would be the medicine drug inside that makes me want to, like, commit suicide or something in a horrendous, brutal, gory way. You know? There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock roots, and potatoes. Dense and fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible. I also brought rice, so if you microwave it, you can eat it really quickly. Why are you like this? Go away. In any normal...
07th mod.
Okay, thank you. This is on the 07... It said 07th production when I launched the game. So I think that's what this is, yes. In any normal context, leaving this weak-ass white girl outside at night would be fucked up. First of all, she's not white. Second of all, she's not weak. Even if okay, throw aside the supernatural bullshit and her, like, sudden mood changes and all the other, like stranger feats, right? She walked all the way here. She can walk her way back. Okay, like if she had no trouble getting here, she wouldn't have any trouble going back. This is not the 07th mod. Okay, well, whatever. I'll stop telling me to do that. Okay, I'll do it for the next game. We're already too far into this game. Okay. She brought a whole ass meal to your door. Yeah, who does that? What's wrong with you? Why would you do that? Why would you just bring me food to my door and not ask me at least for a $5 tip? Like you're not a real person if you do that. If you bring actual food, and it's good food too, and you don't ask me for a tip for my a meal for which I probably paid like $20 for, then you're not a real person. It's simple. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh yes, how wonderful it is to be born Japanese. You don't have to be Japanese to enjoy that, by the way. You can just gullet. You can just stuff rice. You can just have rice and miso soup. This is a relatively inexpensive and easy meal to make at home. You can do this. I can do this. If I can do this, you can do this. And you do not have to be of a certain ethnicity. Whatever. Also, I made some more pickles. I made sansai pickles this time. Before I had moved here to Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sansai. But I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. The vegetables from the supermarket were tasteless and bland compared to these. If you had to describe them, then they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake of sansai. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were. Sorry, did you just hear my stomach growl? I didn't mean that to coincide with this passage, but I think you did. I hope you didn't. I hope you did not hear that just now. You heard that? Oh, shit. Well, doesn't matter. You've heard worse things. No matter what kind of pickles they were. They'd go so well with that fluffy white rice. And also, wait, there's more. So delicious. It just seemed so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self who said he'd make do with cup noodles. Dana appeared to be in good spirits, and she was offering such a delicious-sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut, and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my wariness of Dana suddenly dwindled. Dana did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside, though the possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then, but the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. Why is she fading into gray? What's going on? This happy Irena speaking of this charming dinner was dependent on one premise, and that premise was that tonight, dinner hadn't been made at my house, meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. Okay, I didn't even think that far. I was just gonna say, like, I was just about to make dinner, but I completely forgot I was supposed to keep up the lie that my parents are here, so... At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherent. Oh, shit. So she knows. Yeah, so she had to have known. That old lady was her, or someone who worked for her. Yeah, it is... Okay, it is weird that she showed up. It is weird that she showed up. But it was just weird to me. Now it's not just weird. It's immediately suspicious. Actually, I don't know why I didn't clock that. I'm sorry. I'm not at my best today because I'm tired and it's scary. But yes, like, she brought over a whole meal at 7 o'clock because she wanted to, like, catch me right at dinner time, knowing that I wanted to eat, knowing that and she would only do this. This would only be a strat that worked if she knew my parents weren't here. Yeah, this actually would only make sense. This would only make sense if she knew. Like, she's creepy already by default. That's fine, whatever. And her checking in on me is already sus. But her doing this, her doing all of this, actually does, at least to me, prove that she knows that the house is empty. In which case, I suspect that that's because she was the old lady on the phone. Okay. Unless she knew. Reina, did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also the chance that this was a bluff. I turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There was a chance that Reina was unsure if my parents were home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper, there were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Reina didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to that fact as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Reina wouldn't be able to do anything to me. No, I think she's still good. But whatever. She could, like, bite a pill that unleashed a toxic gas that killed both of us. I don't know. Maybe she could do that. I'm quite grateful, but dinner will be ready pretty soon. Huh? Is that so? Is that so? I knew I went through all the effort and everything, but, well, unable to think of a good way to refuse. My words trailed off weakly. But some of this could work as side dishes, I think. I'm sorry, we have more than enough already. My mom always makes quite a few side dishes. So... Huh? You have side dishes? With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically. But the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up on my back again. I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Reina was saying. Reina was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of it as well. Yeah, she was like, oh, these could be side dishes. She was like, yeah, it sort of implied, like, it's surprising that I have side dishes, because it's like, she thinks I'm alone. So Keiichi-kun can cook. What did you make, I wonder? No, well, it's not that Reina had assumed out of nowhere that I had made the dishes. No, not so much that I made them, but rather that my mom hadn't. So she is operating under the very heavy assumption that my parents aren't here right now, and she knows. Did you really make them? Side dishes? Did you, Kate-kun? It wasn't me who made them. My mom did. No, she's making them right now. So you see, I'm sorry, but I can't eat what you brought. And she's like, you liar. I know your parents aren't home. Not bien. I'm gonna bang the door shut, and she's gonna like claw through it with her weird metal like talons. It's gonna make a horrible like screeching noise as she does that too. Reina fell silent at that moment. At that moment, I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes. How about I try guessing what Keiichi-kun's dinner will be? It doesn't matter what I'm gonna eat. Let's see. The conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Reina was firmly in control. Is it human flesh? Is that what it's going to be? I felt like I was being interrogated. Your dinner, I wonder, is it something that can be made with just hot water? Hey now, stop with the insults. I can't believe you'd belittle my mom's extravagant dinner like that. Tickets sold out, full capacity already, it's that amazing. I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grit my teeth quite right. So instead I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. But Reina showed me no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness. Keiichi-kun, did your mother really leave you dinner? No, you see, she didn't leave me dinner, she's making it right now. It's almost time for dinner. Reina had taken that assertion of mine, that my mother was home and making dinner right now, and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Reina became. Don't change your face, please. Please, don't change your face model. That scares me, it does. Does she actually know, or does she just have justified true belief accidentally? Oh, in the distance, you spot the figure of the silhouette of a cow, and you assume it is a cow, but you walk closer. But if you were to walk closer, you'd realize it was actually just a cardboard cutout of a cow, so there's not really a cow from what you were seeing. But behind that cardboard cutout is an actual cow. So was that knowledge? Did you have knowledge that there was a cow there? Because what you knew was justified, because there was a silhouette of a cow there, and it's true because there actually did indeed turn out to be a cow there, and you believed it, right? You believed there was a cow there. So is that knowledge? Oh, we love the JTBs here. Okay, hey Keiichi-kun. At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap in the doorway. It's been uncomfortable this entire time, but whatever. Is your mom home, I wonder? I couldn't keep up this charade anymore. Reina, she knew full well that my parents weren't home, but I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here and we'd be having dinner soon. That was the situation.
Or whatever is the diet of the protagonist.
What do you mean? What is the diet of the protagonist? Don't think it's that hard to deduce when someone has a diet of a cyberpunk protagonist. Fake noodles and drugs. Okay, I don't know what his usual diet is, but it's probably decent because his mom cooks for him, right? Maibara. So I answered. I told her she was here. She's here, of course. I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Reina's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with her...
Jellied.
Jellied glare. I didn't know that word. I learned a new word today, jellied. Icy, extremely cold. With her jellied glare. Why? What do you mean? I tried acting casual, but that facade was torn off of me the instant I looked into Reina's eyes. The look had informed me of Reina's response faster than she could open her mouth. Why have you been lying to me, I wonder? 'Cause you're scary and I don't trust you, and drop that act right now, or I will never talk to you again. You care about our friendship, right, Reina? That's what I would say. I'm not lying. I am lying. That is a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie. Lies! Reina's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Reina and I were still separated by what few inches that slightly ajar but still chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I'd considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me. Shall I guess your dinner, Keiichi-kun? Let's see. I knew now that Dana had already known that my parents would not be here tonight, but it was still so strange that it had come to this. She's gonna, like, identify the exact brand of cup noodle as well. Watch. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she should be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. But Dana said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know it was instant? Cup noodles. That's right, isn't it? That I was going to eat. Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing. I don't think you'll be full with just noodles. I think having rice and stuff will definitely hit the spot. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. This was just a coincidence. Dana was just reading certain tales of mine. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that. They couldn't possibly exist. Do you like them? Do you mean noodles? No. Fuck. Do I like what? Death? Kill? Killing? Killer? Because, like, that was the word they censored, right? It was, like, kill, right? Dana indicated that the point my answer was stressing was wrong. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words that Dana had spoken. I didn't, because they were, like, censored. Sorry, Dana. What did you say just now? Huh? About what? Just now, you asked me if there was something that I liked, didn't you? It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I had pushed forward with that question. It was such a simple answer. That was why I wasn't able to comprehend it. I'm dying. She's gonna kill me. It's over. Yes! She knew! Let's go! Yeah. I'm so terrified of shitting myself. I can. I knew. I called it. She would, like, know it down to, like, the brand and flavor. Pork bone and ginger flavor. I can't do it. I can't. Please drink some warm water
Bro,
with
you
cinnamon
good?
and lemon and honey and garlic. Okay, get better soon.
Bro, you good?
Okay, good night and goodbye, everybody. All right, see you later, Lynn. You left at the perfect time. See you later. Oh, bro, are you good? No, our team, I'm not good. I'm dying. Our team, have you played Higurashi when they cry? Because I haven't, and now I'm dying. Do you want a bedtime story? No, I'm fine. Uh, I can't look at her. I wondered how I appeared in the moments my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. As my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance. I don't know, I would kill her. If it were up to me. I have no clue what it's about. This is a horror game, a horror visual novel. It's 13 chapters long, which is to say that this is my 4th stream or something, and it's still not over. I'm gonna have to do one more stream to wrap it up. It's like 10 hours long. It's a visual novel, and the first 3 to 6 hours are unbearable, and the last few hours are also unbearable. The whole thing is unbearable, but for different reasons. The first few hours are unbearable because they make you play a bunch of, like, I don't know how much I want to spoil this, actually, but, like, because we're we're deep into the story right now. If you continue watching, you're gonna get spoiled, right? But it's a horror thing, and then I'll just first bit is where they kind of lull you into a false sense of security with the high school stuff, like the generic like rom-com stuff, the high school harem shit, like, and then the second half is when they do like the spooky stuff. Well, it's not really the second. They don't really. It's okay. It's not that. It's like it starts with that and then it escalates and they start adding more weird, creepy shit and then it builds up. And right now it's like terrifying already for me and I can't deal with this anymore. But yeah. Ugh. Why do you know that? I didn't even try to deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Reina know even this? Not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Reina. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that. I certainly did buy them. I bought a bunch at once. I bought a whole case. How could you know that? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop. Stop. Why, I wonder? Quite strange, isn't it? Isn't it? How could you dodge the question at a time like this, you bastard? Show yourself, you demon. The chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting me. How do you know? Why do you know? Answer me! You bought them at 7th Mart, didn't you? A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade. Like I said, why do you know that? I was behind you, following you the whole time. What are you saying? I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this time. But, like, it makes sense, because she's followed me, like, a chapter ago, and we caught her, too. So we know that she's been trailing us forever. And I think that it's because her life depends on this. Like, her life depends on us behaving the way we need to, because if we don't, they'll kill her, I think, is the idea. Like, the cults. And, like, it's her or it's either us, it's either me or it's her. And she doesn't want it to be her, I think. That's because Dana was right behind Keiichi-kun's back. Dude, okay, I have to... You don't understand how bad this is for me. It's 2 a.m. right now, okay? It's 2 a.m. right now. And this has been happening for like a few months, right? But my graphics card on my like PC glitches sometimes and produces a really quick like flash on my screen and it drags out like the screen, the main application I'm on like a little bit. And that creates this distortion effect that is making this game so much worse. And I want to die. I can't. And it flashed again. And like it's been doing that and I've not commented on it because it's not in the game. It has nothing to do with the game. It's just my personal circumstance. But I need to you need to understand that like I'm playing on hard mode. I need to understand that yes, this is a visual novel and it's just text. But I'm playing on hard mode. You guys played on easy mode with the lights on in the afternoon, okay? This is not the same. We are not the same. You and I, we're not the same. This sounds peak. You don't understand. I do not want this at all. The whole time, hee hee ha 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 ha. Like that night? That night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't even sense her being there, standing behind the door. Behind me, standing there, just like that. When Keiichi was picking out the noodles, I was watching the entire time. You picked out so many different flavors, didn't you? Then your mom got angry. If you were going to pick the expensive ones, then you should just pick one type, she said. Then Keiichi-kun picked out the big box of pork bone and ginger flavor that he loved so much, didn't he? I like it too. Pork bone noodles, but I could never eat a whole big bowl myself. My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. I mean, honestly, if it's not a cultist and it's just a stalker girl, I can deal with that. I think I could deal with that. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear of being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Yeah, because now now we're laying our cards out. Now this is making sense. Now our cards are laid out. She's confessing that she knows all the shit that's going on because she stalks me, and she's like very blatantly explaining that fact. So I don't know. Then I could understand what Reina was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards, and as I withdrew, Reina advanced. And she started phasing through the door or something? Like, what do you want from me, man? So, Kachkin, can you open this? We can eat dinner together. You know, I didn't notice that my hair waved like that when I shook it. I'm sure it's going to be delicious, so okay? Dana's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door one at a time as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But Reina didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. She was doing her hardest to light the fuse of the powder keg in my heart. Trying again and again. I would slam the door shut and cut her fingers off. No, I wouldn't do that, but like I would want to. I would think about it. I don't know. Clatter, clatter. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light. Open up, Gitchkin. Nope, never. Nope, no. Please go away. I beg you, please go away. How can you say something so mean, I wonder? I'm gonna fucking hit you with my bat. Please go away, go away, go away! Leave me alone! Ah! Bro, the Akira meme. The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering, it just exploded. I tackled. Oh shit! I was just saying that I would do that. I didn't think I would actually do that. The force through the door had knocked Helena momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet firmly, and pulled with all my might. But that slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. And the source of that was Reina's fingers. Oh, no, man. No. I can't do this. I can't do this. I could do this. I could do this. It's literally text on a screen. It's not even real. Each of those fingers wriggling, squirming around like the tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway. It hurts, Skate Scoot, it hurts. Ugh. It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp she was trying to keep back. Go away, go away, go away. I kept on pulling on the door with all my might. Okay, I would stop pulling on the door so she could pull her fingers out. I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door, at least momentarily, then I wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out, and that was why the door wasn't closing. It really hurts, Kachikun. I'm sorry if I was messing around too much. I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done up until now. It didn't change anything. It hurts, it hurts. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Go away, go away, go away. Dana couldn't leave, even if she wanted to, because I'd trapped her fingers. Dana's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even swarming. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Go away, go away, go away. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Okay, stop. I can't do this. I gotta, you gotta, get me. I can't do this. 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 Oh, I can't. I'm gonna be sick. I can't. His apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away, go away, go away. Stop it, stop it, stop it. I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Reina's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear the thud of Reina falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately, and made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Reina. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Cage-kun, I'm sorry. Open up, Cage-kun. Reina leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Reina echoing her apology. I'm sorry, those pitiful words, they would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all, nope. But this wasn't out of any sort of malice. I felt a sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Vena. Before, Mion had threatened me at this doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Vena told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact that my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out and not even opened the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Okay, but the whole time the detective is still, like, on the line, right? Does he hear all of this? Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Rena as possible. 1 step, 2 steps with each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Rena repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed? It was the phone. Yeah, it was the receiver. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I talked with Reina for so long. How did almost no time pass? But the hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second every second, as usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving once again. Hello, Oishi-san? Sorry to keep you waiting. No, not at all. I didn't wait that long. It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far Oishi-san really was. Reina came just now. Did she come to play? I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san. But I didn't need to right now. Right now, I needed to know about Reina. That's right. I was planning to ask Oishi-san more about Reina, but Reina's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was the single grim reality that Reina was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now, I'd regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say I'd hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No, rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this, not without knowing anything. I definitely won't. Regarding Reina Ryugu-san, I did a bit of digging. Yeah, well, it wasn't much. I understood that Oishi-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're her friend. I want to know everything from your research. I don't think you'll be very interested in what I have to say, though. Oishi-san. I spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue. And then I said it. I think Reina Ryugu is suspicious. Even if the past incidents were from Oyashiro-sama's curse, Reina Ryugu is involved. Do you have some sort of proof that makes you believe Reina-san is suspicious? The manner in which Oishi-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? I was him talking as a detective. I only have circumstantial evidence. I see. I could tell even over the phone how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt a bite, only to reel in the bait. Disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more, that's how it seemed. What did Reina do? She offered me some rice and miso soup and I almost got her pinky as a trophy. I just can't understand why you would do that. Why would you, like, She deserved it, okay? She put her fingers through that door. She was inviting it, okay? If you ever put your fingers through a door, you have to expect that they're gonna get shut on you, okay? Like, you just have to expect. That's why you never put your fingers on a door. Never put your fingers on a door. Never do that. That is never a good idea. Oishi-san, you can't do anything without physical proof, can you? What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb in there. As Oishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine. It's fine, Maebara-san. I'll protect you. That was not the least bit reassuring. Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just gonna get killed, and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That was all I was to him. Whether I'm alive or dead may be of no concern to your investigation, but it's all over for me when I die. Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. It may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relay to Oishi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous position. So please, tell me about Reina. Satoshi transferred out, not too far in the future. I'll probably also do what Reina called transferring out as well, but you won't be able to find my corpse. You haven't even been able to find Satoshi's body yet. Alright, Maebara-san, please calm down. I was already suppressing my agitation even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bat Satoshi left behind to protect myself. Then I at least wanted to know about what happened before Reina transferred schools. You're aware that this won't be very interesting, right? Oishi-san, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved. Right now, to me, there is nothing that I'll find uninteresting, please. There are a few things I need you to agree to, okay? Please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. Not all of it may be true. Are you still interested? It might not be true. I don't understand what you mean. There isn't one main investigation for the mysterious chain of deaths in Hinamizawa. Each one is treated as its own individual case. Thus, Reina Ryugyu has never been linked to any of the investigations. But basically, you see, this isn't an investigation of Reina done by the police, and is a personal inquiry, is what you're telling me. This will make things a lot quicker since you understand. All of it is from either phone calls or meetings and interviews. So they aren't corroborated. Okay? I'm asking you to take this all with a grain of salt, is what I mean. I just don't know. I can't. I don't know if I'm ready for this. Okay. Do we have an agreement? All of it is just from what you've heard. Yes. My apologies. It's all my personal investigation, you see? That thing before, you said you saw Reina's chart, didn't you? I'm sure I heard you say that. Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line. I told you that too, huh? Haha. Please pretend you didn't hear anything about that. I didn't care about Oishi-san having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if they were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all. Please tell me, Oishi-san. Understood. Oishi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. It seemed that Reina lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture after she finished elementary school. Then following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then Reina confided to the doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. This was all he knew. There isn't much difference between what I know and what you know, Maebara-san. Then what part did you investigate further? I didn't need to ask. It was the incident that happened just after she transferred. The incident Reina was responsible for and what she divulged to the doctor afterwards, correct? Yes. After you learned about that, you started suspecting Reina and the others, didn't you? Yes, I did suspect them. So they're the ones after all. Ah, no, that's not what I meant by suspect them. Oishi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring. Then who did you suspect? That it was Oyashiro-sama. Huh? That Oyashiro-sama's curse really exists. Yeah, right, well... Oishi-san's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance. The course of events up until the start of delving into Reina's past. Just then, there was thunder in the distance and heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning, rain so heavy it felt like it could beat you down. I had left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly. What is it? Oh, nothing. It suddenly started raining heavily. Sorry, please continue. I got up while sitting on the phone and closed the window. I said at the beginning it was an incident, but because neither the school nor the victims filed charges, the police were never involved. It was an incident, but because neither school nor victims filed charges, school was never. Okay. So you see, those involved were very reluctant to talk. regardless of there being a victim who had one eye beaten so badly that it had permanent damage. Oh, what? I thought she just broke the windows. I thought she just broke the windows. It could have been the school or possibly some individual who made arrangements to keep this from going public. Also, the psychologist was very strict about professional ethics. Hello? Maibara-san, can you hear me? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. There was the figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. It's over. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm a dead man. I'm a dead man. I'm a dead man. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In this shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. In one hand was the stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth with her cheeks puffing out. What the hell? What could she be eating over there? Like her finger? What the hell? Is she eating her own finger? What are you doing, man? What are you doing? What are you doing? Awkwardly, this title was more enthralled by Reina. Instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oishi-san. Please just come over and help me, please. Okay, this is illegal. This is illegal. Wait a minute. What am I doing? What are we doing over here? What are we doing? This is illegal. This is a crime. She is stalking my house as we speak. She's just... Somebody call the cops.
You're going insane currently.
No, I'm not insane. I'm not insane. This is illegal. This is a crime. It is a crime to stalk someone. I feel uncomfortable, and I feel like there should be a restraining order against my neighbor, okay? Who's like, after many of my decline, I clearly have not consented to her being around my house and me, and like, this is evidence that she is ignoring that and continuing to be in my vicinity. This is causing me discomfort and is therefore illegal. Call the cops, tell them this, get her removed, and put into an asylum. Hello? Uh-huh. Okay. If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Reina, nor would I have noticed that. Reina's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something, she was
If she cold
something.
out there, you should probably let her in.
She
Smiley
is
face.
cursing me as we speak. What was it? What was she repeating to me? What was she saying? Why was I right up against the window fixated on her? Hello? Maibara-san, can you hear me? Hello? I'm sorry. Well, Maibara-san, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that got me. I'm dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Please. I can't do this. I'm good. Hello? Maibara-san, what's the matter? Even in this torrential downpour, Reina was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Reina's relentless apology still reached my ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I'm sorry. You could just go home. Lady. Damn it, why did I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. Maibara-san, if you can hear me, then please respond. Hello? Hi, I'm having a nervous breakdown. Please send help. And make sure my parents are safe. You have a split personality at the 7th mark? I've received new tips. I got new tips, that's crazy.
Calling the ambulance of Alexandria.
Fuck you. I know you did not mean that. Dude, I know you didn't intend for Barrett to read that and for it to sound that way, but when you do an asterisk, it makes it like emphasizes the message in a weird way, and Parrot doesn't know how to read it properly, and it just don't look behind you, Charis. I already did. It's too late. I can't. I'm so. Oh my god. Just kill her. Just look. I'm gonna be so happy when we finally get that axe, and just chop her down, and just like, you know, cut off all her limbs. You know, I'm gonna be so happy. It's gonna be so. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be so great. She's like, she's outside my house. Call the cops. Call the cops. She's outside my house. She's making me uncomfortable. I need to call the cops now. I need to call the police. I need to call the police, the local authorities. I need to tell them that I'm in trouble. I also need to tell the detective right now that I need help. Like, this is and the whole time, I will be on the phone, and the entire time I'm going to stare at her, or I'm going to, like, steal glances at her and go, like, she's still outside my house. She's still outside my house. She's still outside my house. Please come get her. Thank you. Oh my god. Look, on the bright side, tomorrow you're playing Little Nightmares with Ixion. Oh. When will this month end? I don't want this month anymore. I'm done with October. I'm done with October. Okay, I don't want to do October. I'm gonna do October. Okay. It can't be that bad. It can't be that bad. What's the worst that could happen? The worst that could happen is, like, we chop Reina up into a million pieces with an axe. It's gonna be gory, it's gonna be dismemberment, you know, and then we're gonna just, like, kill her, and then that's the worst thing that can happen. There's nothing worse than that. And then maybe we also kill Neon, and then Satoko, and because, well, we're gonna chop all of them up with an axe, and then the gore and dismemberment is gonna, like, demonetize my VOD or something. I don't know. I don't know. I never yet. No. Yeah. It's okay, in a few days we'll have the opportunity to be the monster stalker in California. Is that like vampire? Sure. Anyways, I'm like, I'm gonna go now. Bye. Whatever. I'll have to stream tomorrow. Ixion Little Nightmares 3 tomorrow. Finale tomorrow. Ixion with Little Nightmares 3. Finale tomorrow. Little Nightmares 3 with Ixion. Little Nightmares 3 finale tomorrow with Ixion. Little Nightmares 3 finale tomorrow. Little Nightmares 3 finale with Ixion. Yes. Okay. Yep. Yep. Oh, okay. Okay. Goodbye. Get out of here. Get out of here.